You know, I fucked up yesterday. I played my first game of D&D on stream. I didn't even have Cheetos for it. I realized I messed up, so oh man, we got a lot to do today. There's a lot to talk about, a lot of things to get to, a lot of art to make for the game, and I gotta figure some shit out, man, because I got plans. We got some serious plans. But I hope the game was fun yesterday for everyone who caught it. It will be up on YouTube soon, mostly because I reinstated my YouTube connection, which is awesome. And also, more importantly, I downloaded it. So now I have the full video just in case. I accidentally downloaded it 3 times. What no one told me about Twitch VODs is that they're like 12 gigabytes for 4 hours. So I fucked up. I messed up. Yep, I screwed up. All right, whatever. Ashley, please enjoy your snack run. I too would like a snack run. I've been craving, I don't know, I've been craving all sorts of snacks recently. I'm trying to be a good boy. But I have had a sharp desire for a particular group of snackies that I might even indulge in on Thursday night for D&D. I do still play my regular D&D game, which is just gonna be disappointing and lackluster now because who wants to play D&D off stream when you've got D&D on stream, right? Come on, man. What am I gonna do? Just go play D&D just off stream, not even live stream? What the fuck? Get out of here, man. Who the fuck plays D&D off stream? I did have the chance for the TPK first session. I don't think I can TPK Fishy. I don't think our friendship can handle it. I really don't. I honestly don't think it could survive. I love Fishy, but I have certain friends that I could TPK. All right, I could TPK Amma, and she would say, "Well played." I could TPK Ashy, and she would say, "Took you long enough, you little whiny bitch, baby." Yeah. If I TPK Fishy though, she'll probably cry. So, if I TPK Ella, she'll get mad at me. Ella doesn't like when I kill her characters. Ella's okay with it, you know, but she doesn't like it when I kill her characters off. She will accept it, but I hear about it later. So, there's no point downloading them unless you're going to edit them. I had to download it because Fishy would not talk to me until I downloaded it. Yep. You're telling me, Blaze. I'm aware, but yeah, she would not speak to me. She would not respond to me until so now I have 3 of them that I got to delete. So what's up, Atari? Good morning, bro. You need the 10 terabyte external drive so you save all the future VODs. I have thought about creating some sort of a server where I can keep and host all of my past streams, but the problem is, and this is what I realized a little bit uniquely about my streams in particular. So for the average streamer, you might want to keep your VODs so that you can pull content from them, or you can make them into videos, or so you can access them later, even just memories. My streams though, how do I explain this to people who aren't content creators? How do I talk to the unwashed masses? My streams are different and unique because they're what we call in the streaming space cringe. So I don't want to have that shit anywhere, you know. I don't want nothing. I don't want nothing about it. So yet here I am. An empty threat. It was an empty threat, you're right. I talked to her about yelling you to fix the Twitch YouTube issue instead of downloading it. Yes, she mentioned that this morning. So here's the thing. I heard from a friend of a very trusted source that the YouTube Twitch integration was borked for everyone. So it's not my fault, okay? It's not even my fault that it doesn't work. I am not to blame for this time. I did nothing that would suggest that I intentionally or unintentionally disrupted this connection so I didn't have to watch my VODs anymore. Also, because I wanted to save time, so I don't have to say welcome back to the stream, welcome back to the VOD. So, and yet here I am, welcoming people back to the stream and welcoming people back to, unfortunately, the VOD. So, but yes, we streamed yesterday. We streamed our first D&D game. It was a lot of fun. It was good. I had fun. Fishy said she had fun, but I think she's lying to me. I think she's lying to me because she is, she wants me to feel like I had a good stream, obviously, you know, because I think she's secretly trying to farm clout. Yep. I think she's secretly trying to farm clout, and that's it. That's the only reason she's playing D&D with me. So, the same thing I could accuse my other players for. Jackie Felling, former League of Legends, North American esports head, commissioner of the LCS League. Dashto, master composer. I think all these people are trying to farm clout off me. So, you know, I gotta be very careful. It's hard when you are mediocre on Twitch to trust when people want to play D&D with you because they want to play D&D with you versus they want to farm clout. So it's rough out here, man, but I'm doing my best. All right. No, it was good. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. It was a little bit unique in it was a first session though, so there was a lot of exposition, a lot of lore dumping, not a lot of progress in the adventure, but that's okay because we have a lot of time. But you know what was fun though? It was fun to see how fast one player would progress through the story, because I've had a lot of opportunities to run, you know, D&D with large groups and small groups, but I've never really spent that much time running single player one-on-one solo D&D. So Ella said she wanted to play at some point in time, so I don't know if Ella wants to play a solo D&D game or if Ella wants to play a D&D game with like jump in with Fishy, but she was very jealous. She said she wanted to play, so maybe Ella and I'll play some D&D on stream. That's weird. You and your wife playing D&D on stream? I don't know. Maybe it'd be fun. I think it'd be fun, but I don't know, man. It's Universal Crash. She did it for the EBA Inc. World First Achievements to play D&D with you on stream. That's true. She needs a special badge for that, actually. I gotta send her a cool badge, you know, as she's an official player now. She's an official Realms of Eldara playtest player extraordinaire. So whatever that gets you, I don't know. It's gonna be something hopefully interesting in the future. But yeah, I worried that it was a little bit lore dumpy. You know, the first little bit of D&D, the first episode of two of D&D sometimes is a little bit exposition-y because we kind of need to know where we are, what we're doing, and it isn't just like, so we started an adventure. I would say I'm going to classify this kind of adventure as opening a book. We're going to call this an opening a book adventure as opposed to writing a page. Those are the two ways I'm going to talk about running adventures. You either open a book or you write a page. And so writing a page is you get to the adventure, you are Dorgrath, the Goliath barbarian, and you have met these three other adventurers, and now you are going to this village to pursue a contract in which you are going to exterminate the local kobold population, because kobolds are filthy, wretched creatures. They didn't do anything wrong, but we're going to exterminate them because they're disgusting and nothing else. That's the only reason why. You start the adventure and maybe it opens up and unfolds a little bit later. The opening a book adventure, like we're doing with Fishy, a little more intrigue, a little less combat focused. We kind of had to jump into a story and figure out why we care about it a little bit faster. So it was a little bit lore dumpy, but you know, I think most of that's out of the way. I think the majority of the lore dump is out of the way, and so next week will be a little more action, hopefully, or active. I don't know. It was really cool. Glad you like it, Jacob. And the game was made up a lot of people, jealous, me included. Good morning, all. Yeah, did it? Wait, why? I'm confused. Because you wish you could have talked to the cool merfolk as well. Yeah, they're pretty cool. No, it was fun. It was good. Glad Fishy had fun. Ella definitely wanted to play. There's a lot of people I want to play D&D with, and you know, I just need to do it. I need to figure it out a little bit better before I get into having other friends and people and streamer on the stream and in the game. I don't know what it's gonna look like, but because like I don't feel like I would run a very good show, you know, like there's a lot of people are familiar with like good friends of mine, Blackwater D&D, Careful Cantrip, you know, Phoenix. There's lots of great D&D shows on Twitch. I don't know if I'd ever do a really good show format like that. I think it has to be a little more casual, but I do need to make a fancy overlay for Fishy so we can do some stuff. I'm gonna make her a cool background so she can green screen herself, and I don't have to get OBS to do it, which is a nightmare. And then we can have a little bit better of a, yeah, it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be cool. I'm gonna do a little bit of production stuff. I also need to make an emote for Runa, for Fishy's character. So she sent me some ideas for what emotions she would like an emote for. So I'll be doing that in the next little while. I got a lot of work to do, man. I got so much to do. I got to finish the written portion of the adventure so I can give it to Atari for him to run at whatever convention in the next like week or two, which is stressing me out, but I'm working hard to get it done. And then the adventure is going to hopefully come out on my stream anniversary in May. So I don't know, man. There's a lot going on. There's a lot. Lord Dump was okay though. I like to get to know your worlds from the other angle compared to you talking about your art you make, which is also cool. Yeah, it was good to talk about some of the, like, to contextualize some of the lore. But the one thing I worried about was she spent a lot of time in the Dragon's Claim talking to Endrick. Endrick is not supposed to be a super active NPC because he's kind of my NPC. He's like my avatar in the world. He's my reference. So I never want Endrick to be a super strong part of any Eldara story, because it feels a little inserty to me. But then again, I guess talk to whoever you want. And if Endrick's interesting and you want to talk to Endrick, then go for it. So I don't know. Next week I think we're actually gonna get a chance to travel outside of Grand Crest, which is gonna be cool, pretty cool. Or Fishy might explore Grand Crest. I actually have no idea what she's gonna do. I don't want to know either. I want to be surprised. So it's got to be interesting for me too. Sleep deprived almost wrote Gamorgan. I would have accepted that, Sojo. Don't be sleep deprived. What are you doing? Go get your sleep. Go. I was very sleep deprived for yesterday's D&D game. I don't know why. I had a horrible night the night before. Very nervous that I would be not on my game or not paying attention or whatever. Because some days I sort of roll into stream with less or more sleep and I feel different. And I don't know if I could run a game on less sleep. So, but hey, it worked out. It was fine. It was a bit weird though, playing D&D with one person and not an entire group to sort of bounce off. It was kind of nice though in a way where I didn't have to worry about a bunch of whiny, pissy babies asking for the spotlight. I didn't have to worry about like the quiet player needing me to like activate them. You know what? Fuck the quiet player from now on. From now on in my D&D game, if someone isn't going to be active, I'm going to fucking ignore them. It's happening. It's happening. I'm going super easy mode DM from now on. If there's a quiet member of my group, well, god damn it, they basically just aren't a player then at that point. No, it was nice not having to worry about like playing the sort of the back end of D&D where you have to kind of make sure everybody's having a good time and everybody's chilling and everybody's whatever. 'Cause I really do think that the game master is the master of the game, and a lot of the obligation of people to have fun, or the obligation of people having people's fun being had, falls on the game master. The game master is the most direct ability to influence that, right? And so I think a good game master will always like make sure everybody feels involved and give people sometimes very obvious lifelines to come join the story. That's like something that I think good GMs do that I've watched in the past. Not something you see good GMs do all the time on like D&D shows, because typically that kind of player that needs a lifeline once in a while doesn't play on online D&D shows. We never actually see a GM interacting with them, but I've seen a lot of good GMs interacting with players like that. So I always try and think about it as like a responsibility thing that I'm always very conscious of. But it was kind of nice playing with one player and not worrying too much about like, oh, this person hasn't said anything in too long, I gotta make sure they're doing whatever, or that person hasn't gotten a chance to do anything in the last 20 minutes. Maybe I should see if they want to do some shit, like, you know what I mean? What's up, Azura? I'm chilling. I'm relaxed today. I'm in work mode right now. We got to do a lot of work today. Actually, I think I got I got a secret. Check it out. We're gonna do something today. It's gonna be really fun, but don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. I don't want anybody knowing. Look, we're gonna finalize maybe the Astral Knight class so I can write it down for everyone to actually take a look at. So I don't know. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. It's gotta be secret. So We're gonna do some of that today. We're gonna do some game planning. We're gonna do a little art for Runa. It's gonna be good. We good. It's the rebound. I've been pulling late hours for last week. Today was the first night I slept on time. Oh shit. Okay. All right. Well, there you go. I guess. I don't know. I've been very protective of my sleep over the last couple of years. You know, I really recognized a very direct correlation with my health and wellness overall and sleep. So I've been very protective of it. I've been very, you know, I don't stay up late anymore. I'm pretty boring, to be honest. I'm pretty boring as a human. I just don't interact with people past a certain time, which makes D&D hard, because that means I end my D&D games at 10 p.m. So I got to figure something out, because my main D&D game on Thursday, those players want to keep playing, but currently we only play for 3 hours, and that ain't working for me. And I don't know what to do, because either some of them can't play because it's gonna start too early, or I can't play because it's gonna go too late. So I gotta figure that out. It's kind of nice playing game in the morning with Fishy like that, where, you know, because we chatted after the stream and she was like, hey, if the game needs to go longer, like it can go long. You know, the 4-hour time block ish is like more of a me thing than a her request. So if we ever needed to go long, we could, which is kind of nice. So. What's up, Ladrell? What's going on? I love Brian. What's up, Ladrell? Thank you for the 100 bits, bro. I appreciate that. How's it going? Good to see you, dude. Good to see you, my friend. What's up? Thank you for that. Y'all look like you were having fun. It was enjoyable to watch. Yeah, it was fun. It was good. What's up, Fishy? It was different for me as well. I don't know, playing with one person. So maybe I'll do like a small game here or there, because yeah, Ella really wanted to play. She was really jealous. So maybe I'll do a little game with her at some point in time, on or off stream, because maybe Fishy and I might need to find and reschedule time for that game. So I don't know. Maybe I'll stream in the evenings at some point in time. We'll do our little game later, because late night versus early morning D&D are a vibe, all in of themselves, and of course anything in between is a little bit unique for that as well. But either way, it was good. I had a lot of fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it. The thing I don't know is if I'm gonna have to figure out a lot of NPC stuff, because I don't know if I found CD20. I don't know if Fish is gonna want to grab NPCs with her for her adventures, or if she's gonna want to basically stay solo the entire time. I guess she'll see what she feels like in the guild hall and whatnot over the next coming days. But I gotta figure out how much work I need to put into that, which is not work that I don't want to do. It's not like work. It's just like, how much do I need to sort of like organize that part of it versus other things. So there's a lot to think about, but I had someone who's good at directions. You do need somebody who's good at directions. Yes, you need like a, I mean, there's a bunch of people in the guild that you can get to know, and one of them is a pilot, actually. There's a pilot in the guild hall, so she's very good at directions. She's one of my favorite NPCs I made. I made a whole cast of NPCs, by the way, for a game that never happened, and so I just stuck them in the Dragon's Claim. So now they're just guild members now. So I have this entire sheet of like really great NPCs that I was really excited to play. That are just they just live in the hall now in Purgatory. So I think multiple people or multiple, then I can force you to have a bunch of conversations with yourself. So that's fun. You think that you're joking, but I am very used to that. This Star Wars game that I played was with 2 players, which was Ella and Dashto. But Dashto is a very passive player. So it's kind of like I was playing with 1.5 players. So they would play with a lot of NPCs. And I would have sometimes like a 10-minute monologue conversation between 3 NPCs. And it wouldn't occur to me that I was doing that. You know? Until like one of the players finally decides to say something and interject into the conversation. And I just realized like, oh, I just had a 10-minute conversation with myself. That's weird. I'm just monologuing between these 2 characters as they debate the pros and cons of going on a mission in this way or whatever. And it was fine though. It was fine. It sounds a little insane, but it was okay. It wasn't bad. So if that's the case, then so be it. I'm acquainted with that. Harry Fisher, the more serious and determined NPC would be hilarious. Buddy movie concept. Yeah, it'd be interesting. I'm curious to see who she wants to sort of take as a, because there's certain NPCs that you kind of can't grab, and there's certain NPCs that you kind of could grab, like Narya or Balin. Probably not NPCs she could grab. They're kind of important, like they do important shit in wherever they are. But there's a lot of NPCs that are grabbable, I guess, or that you can meet on the road or something. So I don't know. I'm excited to see us get into more of the adventure-y sort of side of things and kind of go into the dungeon delving and whatever, as well as doing all the city stuff. So I got plans, man. I got plans. I'm very comfortable in this environment of, like, I realized of small group D&D, you know. So we'll see how it goes, but I hope it was fun to watch. I hope people enjoyed it. Anyway, today we got to figure out a couple things. We got to figure out our I want to try and solidify the class. So, you know, we're gonna make the Discord channel. Actually, we're gonna make the beta test and feedback. I don't know what to call it though. I don't know what to call it, but we need to make a Discord channel that is what are we gonna call it? What are we gonna call it? Like beta testing or what? You know, whatever. I'll figure out that out later. For now, I want to try and get the classes out this week. I want to try and get the backgrounds finished. I want to try and get... There's a bunch of mechanical stuff I want to have ready for the adventure when it launches. I'm just trying to figure out what the whole list of that was. So I want to make a background that fit. So the Astral Sage is going to have a Sage background that will fit well with the Sage. The Astral Knight has a background that is required to play an Astral Knight. Then there's like the Sky Knight background. I'm trying to think of anything else that's really important. I do also want to maybe we're gonna do a big like we're gonna I don't know how we're gonna format this, but I do want to do a day where we write a whole bunch of stats for all the different races. So like playing an Azael, like how does that work? You know, what does that look like? Playing a I do need to make figure out what the like racial bonuses are for playing Runa. What do we call the Runas? The Runas were called Inaku, I think. Is that what I need now? Hold on, I got a Google Doc up here. Google Docs. I need to make like stats for that as well, and benefits and bonuses and whatnot, and we got to figure all that shit out. There's gonna be a lot. I don't know. Beta testing. Well, there already is a playtest group. So suggestion. The problem with calling it a suggestion box, Oda, is the thing is a lot of people have really stupid ideas, and so I want input, but I don't want, like, I want contextualized input, you know, because sometimes when you just say like it can get weird. So I gotta like figure out a way to format it around like, hey, here's the thing, you know, we can talk about it or figure out, I don't know. Who's the beta testing group? The beta testing group was an older thing that I had made, which was a bunch of people that volunteered way back when. So that's still, it's called the Eldara playtest group, and it's a private thing in our Discord. Maybe I'll make a, what do we call this channel? Maybe let's make this channel. Fuck it. We're gonna create the channel. We're gonna call it it's gonna be a text channel. We're gonna call it the Eldara development. Eldara development. I need a word for like a gathering place, or like Eldara development, like moot or something, you know, like an ed moot, right? Not quite an Eldara moot. Those OG playtesters will be the alpha testers. They will be at this point, yeah. Azael +2 Wiz and +2 Charisma. I definitely think that yeah. I definitely think that Charisma and either Wisdom or Int would be how I envision the Azael. Slippery Slope channel, my friend. Listen, bro. Listen. You love EDM, the Eldara development mood, or the EDM for short. I don't think people know what moot means. Conclave is good. The library, I don't know. I think, I need wait. What is the definition of moot even? Definition of moot. Let's see. An assembly held for debate, especially in Anglo-Saxon and medieval times. I'm not calling it the dev moot, am I? No. We're not going to call it the dev moot. I think that's not a good idea. I think people aren't going to understand the joke. There's not enough Lord of the Rings fans in our Discord to understand what a dev moot would be. You know, it's on the nose. It's pretty good. A cookout? It's not a cookout. What do you mean cookout? What the fuck? All right, we'll call it the Eldar development moot for starters right now. Do I want to let people post in it, or do I want to make it... We'll leave it open for now. Maybe I'll have a discussion and then a place where I post. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Oh fuck, that's 2 channels though. Do I keep it in one channel, or where it's the place that I post stuff and where we talk about it, or do I have it be multiple channels, because then that's more channels to the Discord? Okay, people to those of you who are in many Discords, does my Discord have too many channels, or is it good as it is, or is there room for I could add like 5 more channels? It wouldn't be too many channels, because sometimes I see my streamer friends Discords, or I see other Discords, and they just have like 100 channels, you know, and I'm like, Jesus, that's a lot, man. So I don't know. I feel like I probably could put in more and be like safe within the crowd, but I'm not sure if like those are too much, you know. It's not the debate club. To which I changed my nickname in the server to Twitch names as I realized it was confusing. I'd be great, because I have no idea what people's nicknames are unless it's exactly or referencing whatever their name is in Twitch or whatever. So not too many. No worries, you have a few more. You don't have as many as other ones. As long as they're organized, it's fine. Okay. Doesn't have that many. Okay. You're more organized than many others. Am I? All right, that's fair. It's perfect. You could have more, but I think it's perfect as it is. So Thorkin, do you think Thorkin it's better to have one channel for development stuff, and then pin stuff that's like that I make, or is it better to have a private channel that I post stuff in, and then a channel where we can discuss stuff? Do you think I should separate those channels for ease of access or use or whatever, or keep them the same for having less overall channels? Have you used forum channels before? No, I haven't. I haven't gotten super deep in any of the Discord features besides just regular channels. I'm not that big into complicated Discord stuff. I don't know much about it, so I'm pretty ignorant on the topic. Forums are a mess on Discord, impossible to keep track of as random Discord followers. You have a channel for finalized things? I will. There will be. So the finalized things will be the guild library. Guild library is for finalized things that are added to like library is all assets and things that are like I have some tokens. I have the Astronite background is in here, right? Or sorry, not Astron. Jesus, Sky Knight background is in here. So this is for final shit. So the development could be for both discussion and yeah. I think it's probably better to do it. We'll do it. We'll try this for now, and if it gets too like difficult to figure out what the fuck's going on, then I'll add another channel, and I'll have it where we post our stuff versus where I want to talk about it. So for now, I have we have the night class that we need to finish and finish designing features for, because I have all my notes here. I have all my notes for the Astral Knight written down and how the Astral Knight class works. So Ella and Fishy have been playing off of these notes for their characters, which is why I was telling Fishy what her stats were, because Fishy did not have her character in front of her yesterday. I have her character, so her stats might change and her modifiers might change for next week. But I also want to make a place where her character sheet is public, so you guys can see what she does and what how she hows, exactly how the how of how she fishy hows is howed. That's what I want to do. So you make a forum channel and then make subtopics of it. The forum is organized well, it isn't hard. Okay, so it'd be like, would it be like is it like a drop down or like an expandable channel or something? Because I could be persuaded to do that. That's kind of what I wanted out of this. And bias pins, otherwise it can become a lot to scroll, although in your case you have the room for both. I'm just afraid of 100,000 channels. Me too. What if we just murder a channel, Thorkin? What if we just kill the channel? Which channel should I kill? Which channel should we murder? Fan art? No one posts fan art anymore. Should we just murder fan art? Homebrew rules? D&D me, all in favor of murdering D&D memes. As a channel, XP, if we survive, we get XP limp faster. God damn it. All in favor of murdering the D&D memes channel in favor of another Eldara channel. All in favor of removing stream topics, actually. Maybe we remove stream topics. I wonder if you can do Discord poll. Can you... Hold on. Can you run a Discord poll? Is there a feature for it? Feature in Discord, which you can create a poll to have your friends and community members vote on anything. You can also get up to 10 answers. Is that really a thing? Apps, thread, clip, file. Is that actually a thing? We can actually poll to see if we should delete it. The Eldara development moot. I guess we'll just use this for now. So, look, the plus. Which one is it? Use apps? Is it an app? TTS? What the fuck is this shit? Built-ins? Okay, I'm confused. I'm confused and I don't like it anymore. So, you can also archive. I can. You're right. I love the word truncated. What? Wait, what? How do you get access to the Dragon's Flame channels? The Dragon. You just if you're subbed, Nick. If you connect if you are subbed, this on Discord. Let me make sure that it's actually the connection's actually properly activated. Connections, Twitch. Oh wait, that's not for me, it's for the server. Server settings. Integrations. Sync. Okay. Yeah, it's still synchronizing. So, you make sure your no, not just Discord, Twitch subs. Make sure your Discord and your Twitch are connected, and it will automatically give you the role that allows you to access the library and all this stuff. So, put a video how the forum channel looks and works in stream topics. Okay, I might actually try and figure that out then, because that's I think a better way of doing it. That's what I wanted, was some sort of a drop down thing that could work in Discord. So if forums work the way that I think that they might work, then I might actually do that. So thank you, Nix. I appreciate that. I might add that after stream, actually. Thank you. Slash poll is supposed to be a command in Discord, but it's not working for me either. Is it because I'm the only one? No. Nope, didn't work. Didn't work. We tried it. Didn't work. Which is your Patreon? Patronizing the patrons yet? My Patreon is back up and running. March is going to be a cool Astral Knight thing, a little concept art, and then April, I haven't told anybody, but April's Patreon reward is going to be Runa. So it's gonna be a Prince of Runa sent out to everybody, and I'm very excited, honestly, about Patreon being back up and running. So yes, it is being patrons. So I'm excited. Yes, it's good. It's back up. Devastated build and setting. It should. So the thing is, the Patreon Guild Hall thingy, the Patreon members thingy keeps desyncing, and I don't know what to do about it. And I feel like I need to just manually add people as Patreon members or whatever. I'm not sure how it's supposed to work, but it's not working well. Patreon has really been a pain in the ass for me to connect to Discord. So, okay, so today it'd be great if we could create a background for Runa, or not a background, sorry, a race for the. Oh fuck, what is she? What the fuck is Runa? I wrote down the name. I think it was the Inaku. Custom classes, Path of Lumari. Yes, she's an Inaku. I gotta add that to our Realms of Eldara. Oh, we also, I didn't make notes for yesterday. I forgot about that too. Open a new tab. We'll go to Path of Lumari. We gotta make notes for that. Realms of Eldara. So let's race a dogfolk, only currently known. That would be the Inaku. Inaku. What the fuck? Only one currently known is Runa, who currently has no last name because Fishy is lazy, and I also didn't build a naming convention for the Inaku yet. So actually, it's kinda my bad, bro. Don't get mad at Fish Alin. Alright. The last of her kind? And Runa's granny? That's true. And Runa's elder. Path of Lumari, we have some of our NPCs, so okay, I need to make some session 1 game 1 notes. Game 1. All right, so what happened yesterday? What even fuck, I just needed some quick notes. Yesterday we Runa found her. I might need to raise my fucking chair up here if I'm gonna do any writing today. Runa found her way to the guild hall. Found her way to the guild hall. Met with several members, including Endrick and Alera, or Endrick, Alera, and Yurna. What happened in chronological order? Then she went to the archive. What were like the 5 most important things that happened yesterday? Found her way to the archive, the Azael archives in the central town fountain. Uncovered, or she met Balin. She met Narya. Met Narya and Balin. Spoke to them about the ancient history of the Lumari and sages. What else? She found a locked drawer in an old sage cabinet inside the Azael archive. Looted map. Fishy didn't actually look at what was on the map ever. She didn't. No, she didn't. Oh, that's right. She has no idea. She looked at the map. She didn't actually examine what the map was she looted. Looted map, rune stone with night rune on engraved, and an astral steel amulet. What else did she get? do? What else did she do? Went to Fountain, met Narya, went to the Dragon's Claim, went to Elvish Bakery. Oh, I forgot. Went to the Guild Hall, met Silver Music, found was disappointed by lack of pastries in the Elvish Bakery. How do you spell bakery? Oh, okay. Disappointed by lack of pastries in the Elvish Bakery. Found a way to the Azael. Stole some shit. Yep. Decided to trust people with their secret. Oh, that's right. Decided to trust Endrick with her secret. Man, that was exhausting. Children bread doesn't hold up underwater. Yeah. Yeah, there's that too, I guess. Yeah. Made plans to either get in with the fancy upper city folk or the other upper city folk, seek out Luna, Aerolace, or go to Mars Grad to investigate the location of the the Night Temple in Old Aldaria. Okay, and we had the journal entry from Ida Krell. All right, we're good. So we need to create okay, we needed to create stats for her and a background for her and all that. Still don't know how long water breathing spell lasts for. Yep. She was gone too quickly. She has no idea how long it lasts for. It's a full day spell, so it's until your long rest. Insulted Endrick's rock collection? She did, didn't she? Fuck, man, I forgot about that. She talks shit about his rocks, man. What's wrong with him collecting rocks? You know, I was offended. Okay, I don't like to collect rocks, but Endrick sure does. That's why you know it's not a self-insert. Talking about my stroke. What's in the guild benefactor tier? I'm formatting Mobile's awful. Guild benefactor Patreon. Let's see. Patreon.com. Let's see. Let me log in. Actually, I don't need to log into this, do I? Guild benefactor tier is... Oh, that's everything. So the benefactors are the you get the monthly print. So whatever it is. So for this month, it's going to be a Astral Knight Temple concept, as well as you get a magic item card. You get the lore card. You also get the previous tiers as well. So you also get the ink sketch and the small card numbered ink sketch. So these two are hand sketched, and the other three are... Oh, there's a sticker as well. I forgot about the monthly sticker. So you get whatever's in the $25 adventure tier plus the guild champion tier. That's why it's just, you know, the same price as the two of those or whatever. But yeah, it's one of the few things that's actually like hand inked from me, as well as the other stuff. So that's that. I forgot the names, and I couldn't remember when you said benefactor. Why is there no digital only package? Because that's part of your Twitch sub. Yeah, you can get that from your Twitch sub or as just a guild member. So the in-game assets and tokens and whatnot, that is the $3 tier. So it's basically, do you want to spend $3 on Patreon or $5 on Twitch? is the way I look at it, because it's the same for me either way. Although Twitch subs are now more valuable than Patreon subs in some way, which is actually kind of weird, but it doesn't really matter. It's whatever people want to support, if people want to support there. But all the content digitally is available for everyone. So part of being in the Patreon and the subgroup for Twitch subs is like access to the backgrounds and stuff that I'm creating for Eldara before the adventure comes out. So that's why the development group is underneath the Dragon's Claim, because I want to add some extra value to the Twitch sub if I can. There's goodies from Twitch subs, or do you mean from the Friday sketches? No, there's so I had put it on hold for a while, but the guild library is I used to upload monthly whatever the item was. So I did a big dump of the last like couple of months, but I'd missed a couple of months and I'd paused my Patreon from about October to February. Because I just deal with a bunch of shit real life. But so March at the end of March, in how many days do we have left? I think the last day is on. So whatever. So this weekend I'll be dropping the March stuff, which is going to be the March. Maybe I should format them for wallpapers like Thorkin asked. I might do that actually. I might format it for wallpaper. But either way, it'll be the March stuff. So the magic item, the lore, and whatever else will be in there. So that is that. Anyway, we need to create a background and a race for Runa. So we need something cool and interesting that makes the Inaku a unique species to choose for your adventuring party needs. Although I don't really want them to be that popular because they're kind of dumb, you know? And I'm so afraid, like, I really wanted to, and this is not Fishy's fault. She offered to change things however I needed for my game, but I wanted her to play whatever she wanted to play. But I feel like it feels silly that I'm showcasing an Astral Knight that's not a real Astral Knight. She's a former Astral Knight, and I'm showcasing one of the different like player race options that's not supposed to be a commonly held one in the world. It's like, come on, dude. I need to, like, you know what I need to do? I need to have a game. I need to have a one-on-one D&D game with Ella as well. I'd have a D&D game with Ella where she plays just something very standard in the world or whatever, you know, very like as it's written, as it's supposed to be. This is an Astral Knight, as an Astral Knight's supposed to be played. Because like Astral Knights, if Fishy meets real Astral Knights from her order, they're gonna be pretty intense. Like the Astral Knights are not really. The Astral Knights are more Shadowheart and less Asterion. I don't know how to describe it better than that, but so the knights are gonna be important characters if Fishy does actually encounter them. It will be a little bit weird. It'll be a little bit jarring to have Fishy's character and then the rest of them in comparison. But either way, I need to do like a standard sort of like a standard. This is like stuff that you can see and find in the world in the way it's intended to be played. Like I really want to do like a very deep sort of like mystical Astral Sage game if I can, because the knights are not the greatest example of sages. The knight, it's so funny. The Astral Knight is not even a class I expect people are going to want to play in an Eldarin setting, because the Astral Knights are so niche and specific that in order to be as unique as Fishy wants her character to be, she has to be a former knight. Right? She doesn't even get to fit into the order, which I told her. She was like, hey, if, you know, I want all this. I was like, okay, that's cool. Well, we got to figure out a way for you to not be in the order anymore. And then she came up with the idea of being a former Astral Knight, right? Like if you guys missed the session 0.5 we had a week and a day ago, we had to identify, we had to spend 2.5 hours trying to figure out why her character is the way it is, because her character does not fit in with the Astral Knights. The Knights are very specific. They play a certain way. They are a certain way, they interact with the world a certain way, and Fishy is not any of those things, which is why it's a good story of her not having fit in with the order, you know. And I don't want people to think that the order is like evil or bad or whatever. That's why Fishy left. We tried to make it very clear when we were creating the character that she left because her character was more free-spirited and the order was too rigid. And if you want to accuse the order of being too rigid, I'm super okay with that. So we got to finish adding the. Man, what do we do first? Stop. Come back. There we go. There is... We need to figure out the rest of the night stuff. I gotta finish naming some things. I gotta because I'm basing certain things off of other spells and abilities. I need to figure out how to write some, like, description of how... Like, okay, what I'm wondering here is for our mechanics, do we add in the lore, like a brief sentence or two of why something works the way it does from a lore standpoint, or do we add that somewhere else? I wonder what D&D classes do. How does, like... How does Wizards do it? Wizards does it via... It's only mechanical, I think, right? Yes. Yeah, it's only mechanical. Add it where it's needed. Yeah, so like, for example, we have our Armor of the Order. Beginning at first level, while you are wearing no armor other than your ceremonial plates and not wielding any weapons or shields besides your astral longsword, your AC equals 10 plus your proficiency bonus plus your charisma modifier. That equals to ish. If your charisma modifier is, let's say you get a +2, that turns into a +3 at like 10 or whatever. At level 1, you have 12 plus your proficiency modifier of 2, so you have a 14 AC at level 1. Which for a melee non-tank, but tankier character, I think that's entirely fair. We talked about it being 12 plus your proficiency bonus plus your charisma modifier at some point in time. I don't know if that's better. Things look okay to play an exception in the showcase. I think you're right, but it just feels weird for me. It's a shiny, she's the 0.1 person of Eldara. But it's not just that, Oda, that I think that players are going to do that. I think that I'm going to create the rules and people are going to be the exceptions all the time. Hold on, I need a different hat. Fucking hat's killing me. It's itchy. Where's my other one? Hold on, new hat day. It's new hat day, alright? Is it time for Gundam hat? Gundam hat's okay. What about, hold on. Hold on. What's got my feeling for the week? My Soul Dynasty hat is just like, it's fraying at the edges, so right around my ears are. It's super fucking itchy, and since I got my hair cut pretty short recently, this last week, it's bothering me now. So, all right. Empire Strikes Back hat. I don't know if I like a hat with something on top, with a graphic on top of it. It looks okay with. It's a little much, isn't it? Fuck it. Jordan hat. Well, that didn't work. Wait. Did my stream just freeze? Wait, what the fuck? We back? Okay. Weird. My video just like chopped out a little bit. So that wasn't even on Twitch's end. That was on OBS. Okay, whatever. I played Artificer who crafts the Astral Knight swords and Astral Smith. So that would be a very interesting story, Azura, because there's only like like a couple of people that know how to do that. There's a master and 3 apprentices that forge all the astral seal. And the legacy of how to do it is not written in the order. Well, it is, okay, there is one record of how to forge astral steel, but it is locked so deeply underneath the vaults that like knights don't even know if it exists anymore. So it's like a very well guarded skill. So that'd be a cool story if you want to play one of those like apprentices or whatever, and that's your story somehow. It would be hard to, from like my standpoint, to justify narratively why an apprentice would be leaving, but I'm sure you could find some reason, like, oh, the smith or the forge master wants the apprentices to be like well versed in like why a knight uses their blade the way they do, so they want the apprentices to go out and practice as astral knights or something to learn the ways of there. You could figure out a way to do it. It's definitely something to keep in mind. Part of fantasy is a story of exceptional people, whether it's their ability or their circumstances. Yes, and I know people are always going to be the exception. People are always going to be the exception because that is what's fun. My job is to make the rule. So what I worry about is it's like if I'm making the rule and I'm showcasing a D&D of an exception, like a D&D game of an exception, is that going to confuse anyone? So I worry that it would. I worry that if I am just like running a game or telling a story, that I need to tell them of the rules and not of the exceptions. Otherwise, it's kind of confusing people. But maybe I'm underestimating people's ability to like break that connection or make a distinction between the two. The other day while playing Baldur's Gate 3 that a fighter battle master can be an archer made me rethink the class entirely. Oh yeah, ranged fighters are awesome. I played a ranged fighter for a long time actually in a long running game. It was way better than playing like a rogue ranger or whatever. I think he was like mostly fighter, but had 3 levels in ranger. I forget. Honestly, we could work as an astral smith subclass for artificer would be cool. That would be cool. I don't know the class of artificer well enough to be able to tell you how I would foresee it working, but I'm sure it's in there somewhere. Okay. So oh yeah, so for the armor, I wonder if because the whole point of it's like, so what are we trying to what is happening like narratively that allows for our astral knights to mechanically have the AC that they do whilst only wearing partial pieces of armor? There's 2 questions here. 1, do we give the astral knights more armor and then we don't have to worry about the justification? Or 2, do we allow their tattoos to form some sort of a protective kind of shield type thing on them that allows them to like deflect and mitigate attacks? Because that was the original idea, is that they are sort of in between knights and monks. But I think that we might want to arm our knights a little bit more. Like, for instance, if the big question that people have brought up that makes a lot of sense, and I'm not saying anybody's wrong, but also a little bit shovel them into the locker and call them a nerd, is the concept of why are they not wearing any protective armor on their sort of core or on their head? And it's mostly sort of a trying to divide them between the idea of being a knight within like wearing armor and a knight and a monk. I want them to be somewhere in between. So I'm keeping the majority of the weight off of them and then allowing them to have like limb protection as they sort of duel. But I wonder if we either solve the problem by adding in like some sort of a hauberk, or a breastplate or something like that, and then we kind of mitigate that issue. People don't really bitch about characters not wearing helmets, or if we just allow it to be like a tattoo thing. I don't know. We're gonna kind of set a standard here, I guess. But it's like, so narratively, do I describe within the spell, within the thing, what is happening with your tattoos, or do I just sort of mechanically, this is the mechanics of it. Do I add a little paragraph that's 3 sentences of why it works that way? Do you think you would mind asking players not to be the exceptions to play a character that exemplifies the baseline of your world? I don't ever want to ask a player to do that, but if I was ever going to do a large D&D like show production, I absolutely would. Like if I was doing a much more serious, like, hey, this is like a big show. I'm going to have a bunch of streamers in on it that are doing this with me. We're going to tell a story. I am going to ask you guys to showcase the world as it is and showcase how cool something is. And I think like Ella playing an Astral Knight, and Astral Knights are really fucking cool on the default, the baseline. You don't need to play the exception, but we're doing a different sort of thing with Fishy and Runa and whatever. So Fishy, I didn't ask her to play in to be part of the rule and showcase it. She wanted to be an exception, so I'm letting her be that because that's, you know, I wanted to have fun. That's the primary thing for me. But like a person like Ella or Dashto as a player, they value the story. And again, I'm not shit talking Fishy. I'm not saying she doesn't. But Ella and Dashto value the stories that I'm telling within Eldara so much that part of the fun of playing for them is to play within the rules. So Ella and Dashto wouldn't create a character that is an exception, you know. So it's like it's a bit different. It's kind of complicated or whatever.
Hello.
Wait, what?
Please find the following animals for the meta this week: Delphinapterus lucas, Phocinus inus.
Let's see, the beluga whale and the... If the meta this week is overweight, people, I'm gonna be so mad if I'm not there. Oh, and it's the dolphin meta and the Vaquita. I might surprise you, Daria, for this week's meta. I'm gonna rate the Vaquita Pinocchio Sinus. I'm gonna rate this if it's the dolphin meta this week, I'm gonna rate it like a 6.2, I think. You know? 6.2. Because it's adorable. But I'm gonna have to rate it lower because the beluga has to be higher. The beluga is a Canadian national treasure, all right? We use belugas to find like mines in the ocean. They're like a military fish as far as we're concerned, and they like lead sailors back to like shore and shit like that. Belugas are awesome, dude. Beluga, I'm gonna have to give like an 8.7. Yeah, like an 8.7 for a beluga. You know, not saying there's anything wrong with any of the other dolphins, but like you're starting off really strong by adding the Arctic Canadian beluga on there. So good meta, man. Good meta. What's going on, bro? Good stream today. They channeling thing through the tattoos. Astral shield. The astral aura itself flows through them, protects them. They choose not to wear armor as a way of respecting the ancient ways of the astral aura and placing their trust in it. But they do wear some armor, Atari, which is why I feel like you need to either be all or nothing, you know? I feel like I can't, like, I need to figure out a way that, because I love that. But it just feels like, okay, then why do they wear some armor? It's just like, okay, I don't know. Like, it's like I have to be able to attack these ideas like this and I make them bulletproof. I want some way to kind of like... But then, is it a better idea for them to be this kind of mixture of like monks and knights, or should I give them more armor? Is it just straight up cooler if I gave them more armor? You know, if we made like some kind of cool ass like, oh, what the fuck, where my brushes at? Is it cool if they have something like some kind of like a cool armor, whatever, breastplate thingy that sort of completes the aesthetic? Does that make them more menacing and interesting and imposing? Like, I honestly don't know. Or does it take away from the kind of the monk side of things? Because a simple breastplate wouldn't necessarily do that. It wouldn't necessarily make them feel too heavily armored or whatever. But it might sell the idea of them being a knight more, which is, it might be interesting. Like, is it a better aesthetic? I don't know. I don't actually know. So that's kind of the question there. Runa's a unique character. We're not going to worry about Runa as far as this conversation goes. Where the first Astronaut wore armor this way. Reintroduce the spell failure chance for wearing heavy armors. That's interesting, actually. Probably because he was poor, but he's been mythologized through history. Or the astral orb protects the knight by emanating from the heart. The heart cannot be covered up. Well, there is something about their tattoo. They have their large tattoo somewhere on their body, like on their either their chest or their back. It's such a large tattoo they need it either on their chest or their back. Made complicated out of spite for people who can't do simple math. AC is dex score plus casting mod. What if I did like your AC is 10 plus your proficiency bonus plus your charisma modifier plus half your dex modifier rounded down plus plus your strength modifier -2. And it's the same number basically, but I just make this class exclusionary to people that can't do simple math, you know. That's how I lock it away as a hero class. I make sure nobody wants to play it because no one can calculate how you're supposed to do the armor, the AC. You know, it's like a 3.5 character. Or open up the core to attack so the enemy doesn't pay attention to the sharp knees and elbows that will hack them off. I mean, maybe. That's actually not bad. Give them another other of having the proficiency in light or medium armor using the unarmored defense similar to barbarians. But they are going to be armored in their ceremonial plates. So there's a class of similar features to unarmored defense. This is how unarmored defense works. So yeah, so beginning at first level, when you are wearing no armor other than your ceremonial plates and not wielding any weapons or shields besides your astral longsword. So I'm locking it behind not only do you need to be wearing your ceremonial plates and no other armor, you also need to be holding your longsword. Otherwise, you lose your armor, you lose your AC. You're wielding no other weapons other than besides your astral longsword. Then you get your AC bonus. So it works somewhat like unarmored defense. Make a custom class in D&D Beyond and they won't have to understand. I have no current plans, Nix, of putting this class in a D&D Beyond. D&D Beyond, I don't like their legal wording for ownership on user content. I don't like it. So I'm not going to be placing the class in D&D Beyond, which is going to make it unappealing for some people. I understand, but like I don't. Maybe I can be convinced in the future to do it, but right now I don't like it, and I they have a couple things in there in the wording of things that I'm not a fan of. So I'm not going to be interacting with D&D Beyond at all right now as it is. So if that makes it like unappealing for people to use or whatever, I totally understand. I'm not concerned about that. Like because like I had a conversation with another streamer friend of mine and she said, if you don't put your content in D&D Beyond, no one will use it. Are you okay with like, you know, very few people actually wanting to use the mechanical stuff that you make because it's not in D&D Beyond? And I had to think about that, and I was like, yeah, I think so. I think I'm okay with that. If it's not in D&D Beyond and people can't use it, or people don't want to use it because of that, like, probably okay with that. But I haven't completely made up my mind, so yeah, I'm not sure yet. So armor the order. So beginning at first level, when you were wearing no armor other than your ceremonial plates and not wielding any weapon or shield besides your astral longsword, your AC equals 10 plus your proficiency bonus plus your crit. Is that too low? Like how much is this? So at level, we'll do like level 1, level 10, and level 20. I just want to figure out how much AC this is. So level 1, let's say you get so that's going to be 2 or 10, so it's 12 plus your proficiency bonus, plus your charisma modifier. If your charisma modifier is 2 on average, because it's not your primary stat, that's 14. At level 10, we're going to assume that you get so at level 10 your proficiency bonus or mod is going to be 4. So it's 14 plus 2, so 16. But I'm going to say that you're going to probably up your charisma by 1. So at level 10, it's 17. And then at level 20, it's going to be 16 plus your charisma modifier. So would your charisma be a +4 by level 20? I think so. I think you probably have your charisma mod up to so before 17 or 20. So for a class like a barbarian, how much is on a barbarian's AC at level 10, 1, 10, and 20? Or you know what? Let's look at fighter maybe. Or a fighter paladin type thing, heavy armor. So plate is going to be AC 18, right? Plate mail is AC 18, and you don't get your ooh, so that's higher actually, isn't it? So you'd have more armor than your average plate wearer at level. Where's my where at there we go. So your plate user is going to be AC 18 at this point. So we're higher. Ooh, I don't know if I like that. That's a little. We just buy the Eldara rulebook, right? Eventually, yeah. For now, it'll be available within the Discord. So it's for everyone in the guild hall library. You'll have to do math and use the offline tools, pen and paper RPG. Well, hold on, Jacob. I should say it's available in the Discord, in the library, and the library is underneath the subsection. But if somebody who's not subbed wants access to this stuff, I'm 100% okay giving it to them. It's just I got to figure out a way to sort of place it somewhere. I don't want to pay gate whatever if somebody doesn't want, like, if somebody is interested in using the content but they like can't afford a Twitch sub, I'm not gonna like, oh, you have to give me $5 first. Like, it's not the intent behind that. So it's gonna be kept in the guild library, but it's not like paywalled, if that makes sense. I don't want it to be anyway. So people do math and use offline tools for pen and paper RPG. Unheard of. Cancel this, man. I mean, I kind of want to send Fishy an actual character sheet for Runa and actually have her make a physical character sheet. If the armor plates similar to or are smaller, and as the player progresses, they get more pieces to add to their armor. Have a base of 8 plus charisma stat. Has a progress level of 8, turns into 10 or something like that. The reason I don't want to do that is because I want to try and create a visual identity of all knights. And so either all knights are going to wear similar armor or they're not, as far as I want it to be. So I don't want there to be a progression like that, because I thought about we talked about something similar about them getting more advanced, kind of like as a Mandalorian gets their Beskar armor or whatever. But it's a vibe that I don't really like the way it narratively works out. 8 proficiency plus dex, that way you can go above 20, but it requires your max stats. Are you factoring in shields though? You cannot use a shield. So it reads, while you're wearing no armor other than your ceremony plates and not wielding any weapons besides your shield, you can't use a shield as an Astral Knight. Astral Knights do not use shields. So use reaction one time a turn to increase AC by 3. That's interesting. They already have their parry skill. So the first part of this parry skill is for their spell parry. The second part is currently the monk's missile snare, whatever bullshit, and I want to figure out how to base the second part of the parry skill. The parry skill reads, starting at 3rd level, you can use your reaction to deflect a spell when you are hit by a single target range spell attack. When you do so, the damage you take from the attack is reduced by 1d10 plus your strength mod plus your Astral Knight level. I'm considering also factoring in AoE and only allowing for the reflection or the repost of a single target spell attack, but I'm wondering if maybe I make AoE spells part of that. I'm not sure yet. If I was a plate fighter, there's a good shot I'd be using a shield. Oh, that's weird. Oh, you meant for the other AC. I'm thinking about just two-handed users. So, but I guess if you're trying to go defensive, you'd probably have AC above that then. You'd probably have AC 20 or 21. Does an AC 20 at level 10 or an AC 14 at level 1 AC 14 at level 1 doesn't seem too offensive. I don't think anyone has a problem with this, right? AC 17 at level 10 feels like it's okay as well. I don't know why that feels okay, but it does. And we're also factoring in somebody is starting with 2, but this is a progression of 2, 3, and 4 charisma. If somebody is using a 2, 2, 3, then it looks more like 16 and 19, and that feels okay. So I guess, yeah, you would have to max your charisma out. So we're locking a higher AC behind you have to really invest in this if you want. Now you will be using charisma. Excuse me, jeez, hiccups. You will be using your charisma for other things, so you definitely want to max out your strength and your charisma as a Astral Knight. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I didn't understand what you were talking about, Andrea. I was stuck on the knight part, but you're absolutely right about that. It'd be interesting to see a dual wielding Astral Knight. It wouldn't happen because culturally the Astral Knights use the way that the Astral Knight has learned and practiced combat has existed for hundreds upon hundreds of years. So a lot of people have the sort of suggestions of like, oh, what if I was an Astral Knight that uses like a shield, or what if I was an Astral Knight that uses 2 weapons, or what if I was an Astral Knight that uses like a spear or whatever. And it just wouldn't, it takes away from the identity of the class. So if you want to do that and you want to be the exception, then yeah, I guess you figure out how to be an exception, you know? So like Fishy, for example, the Armor to the Order spell is completely changing because she's playing an exceptional character that we're going to have to identify why she still gets her bonuses if she does. Then again, she's not planning on fighting anything, so maybe she fucking doesn't. Maybe she just has AC like 11 or whatever. Could people theoretically put in the D&D Beyond? How would that work from a legal standpoint if they did? I don't know, Sam. I think that it's okay. I think it might be one of those things that I can't condone, but I also don't have to protect against, because how could I? I'm not exactly sure how it is. What I'm gonna do right now is I'm not gonna like get mad at anyone if they put it in for their own personal use in D&D Beyond. But if I upload it as like public content, then I'm fucked. So I won't do that. If you want to upload it as private content for yourself for D&D Beyond, you know, I can't stop you. So I think it should be okay. But I don't know specifically. I need, damn it. I need to ask a lawyer about this, but I have no lawyers in chat. All the lawyers I know have real jobs and golf or do cocaine instead of play D&D, so. That's not enough math. That isn't enough math. Level 20 maxed out, it'd be 8 plus 6 plus 5 plus 5, so AC 24. That seems way too high though, right, Azura? Like, I think what is max AC at level 20 for most like plate wearing classes? It's like about 20, right? You know, if you're not wearing a shield. Finance cringe, I think it depends on copyright things. At least you know real lawyers to ask. But I don't know them well enough to ask, is the problem. Okay, I don't know them well enough to be like, hey, could you read this thing and interpret it for me? Because they will say something like, I have to read the whole thing, not this one paragraph. So then you have to pay them for their time, and paying lawyers for their time is expensive. And I can't listen, Fishy. Hopefully I can pay you for your time in the form of squishy D20s. Look at it. Look at it. Look at how squishy it is. Look at it. It bounces off the wall. Hopefully I can pay my players for their time in squishy D20s, but I can't pay lawyers for their time in squishy D20s, unfortunately. So, yeah, do you actually want one? Because Ella made new molds for them, so she has to do a separate mold for the squishy D20s. If you want a squishy D20, I will send you a squishy D20 as part of your package of thanks for playing with me. You need this to play D&D with me bullshit. So, sure, yeah. This is, I think, the first or second one. I think this is the first one. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how they seem to be pretty durable, but we haven't done the like 1,000 wall bounce test yet. I haven't thrown this at the wall 1,000 times yet, so we're not exactly sure how durable they are. They're fine to be squished. I just don't know if you can whip it at a wall as hard as you can, how many times it'll like do that for. Ella spent so much money on the silicone though. This is like the same silicone they use for like very high-end movie prosthetics. So she says that it's rated to be very strong while still having a nice give to it. And unfortunately, it's very expensive then for that. It's not going to be expensive for people to buy, but it's very expensive material is what I'm trying to say. But I don't know. So I don't know. I don't know if they're wall whippable. I don't know how they're a little wall whippable, but I don't know if you can throw one across your backyard and hit it with a baseball bat and he'll be fine. So for barbarians, it's 24 maxed out stats too, because you can use a shield and you get 24 con at level 20. So is 10 plus your proficiency bonus plus your charisma modifier too low? I don't know if I want to include another stat besides charisma. I think we talked about, I think Viddy floated the idea a while back, because this is it was Viddy's idea, I believe, to use proficiency bonus, and I really liked it. To use 12 plus your proficiency bonus. 12 plus your proficiency plus charisma will put you at AC at level 1 at what, 16? If it's 12 plus 2 proficiency, it's 14, plus your charisma modifier is 2. Is 16 AC at level 14 at level 1 too high? What do you have at level 1 typically for armor? As like a fight or whatever. You'd probably have like a chain shirt, I think is what is the standard, right? Chain shirt or scale mail usually. So it's and usually you have a dex of like 1 or 2, so you have like an AC 14 to 15 at level 1. So if the Astral Knight has AC 16 at level 1, is that too much? Zero increase that braces defense and other magic items. That's true, actually. Why would we do it with our precious die? I don't know. Maybe when you have a real big roll to make, you just throw it and then let it hit the floor, and then say, "Hey, wait, what was it? Wait, what was it? What was it? What was it? What was it? 3. It's a 3. There you go. There it is. Is fighter either leather or chainmail? Yeah, so chain shirt probably. Chainmail? What do you mean? Where's chainmail? I see chain shirt. I don't see chain. Oh, you want to go heavy armor. Oh, you want to go full on. But do you have a full, like, is 75 gold armor? Wait, does the fighter start with chainmail? No way. No way that the fighter starts with chainmail, right? Oops. No way. No way, dog. Starting equipment. Chainmail. Holy shit. Wow. I did not think fighters started with chainmail. I thought they started with chain shirt. Oh, okay. So we could say your AC equals to 12 plus your proficiency bonus plus charisma modifier. And then at level 1, that is 16. That's like 17, 18. And that's like 20, 21, right? Interesting. 11 plus proficiency charisma makes you AC 20, or AC level 20 is 22. That's pretty good. 10 or 12 plus charisma plus prof is good. Min-maxer will work the heck out of that. I'm not worried about min-maxers. I mean, you're right. Min-maxers will go crazy on it. And I am never going to build my classes for min-maxers because I'm not smart enough to impress them, so I'm not even going to try. You know? Or you imagine just whip it down the hallway. I don't know how far this thing has been whipped, but it's good. I mean, I haven't tried to bite through one of these yet. I would not recommend. Okay, I'm gonna make Ella little insert cards that says please do not eat the silicon D20. I think it's food safe. So no, it's prosthetic silicon, so it's safe, but still, don't eat it. Does the swishy die pick up all the lit and things? I mean, I'm using this as on my gloves, Fishy. Like I have this, I can glove this, you know, and like these gloves pill quite a bit. Like you can see how much they're pilling. These are very, very low quality gloves because I go through them so fast. I got a new pair of gloves literally 2 days ago, and I've already poked my thumb through this fucking set. So, and the dye itself doesn't have anything on it. It's good. So they're not really tacky. They're a little tacky when they first come out of the mold, but it feels kind of just like rubber or whatever. So it doesn't pull up anything, but it is like it's hard to like show off how squishy they are. They have like a good squish to them. They're not like ridiculously squishy, but they have a good, I don't know. I don't know, man. Brain cell is vibrating. All right, good. We're like trying to figure. We're like the Evangelion fucking scene where all the nerve bosses are sitting there talking about like specific stats and mechanics for how the Astral Knight like armor works. We're all like at a conference table with dramatic overhead lighting, and Fishy's just like, does it pick up lint? I need to know more about this squishy dye. I love our priorities, man. We need to figure both things out, okay? I would ask you this: is the Astral Knight someone who soaks a lot of attacks straight up, or do they need to dodge, soak, high AC, dodge damage mitigation? So that's a good point. So the next thing I was going to talk about, Viddy, thanks for reminding me, is do we want them to be as tanky as like your barbarian, your frontliners? I want them to. My intent is that they're somewhere in between. They're not tanks. They're not full-on sword and board defensive fighting shield whatever tanks. They're not raging barbarians with half, you know, damage, whatever. But I want them to be somewhere in between a monk and a fighter, and a two-handed fighter, if I can, like a great weapon fighter. Maybe closer to the great weapon fighter, because the only mitigation they have is the they can give themselves a temporary hit point shield that lasts for 1 turn as one of their sword techniques. And they can also deflect spells. So that's the two things that's the only two mitigation they have. So I don't know how ACE that brings in. 12 plus Prof plus Charisma maxes at 23 with max stats. Yeah, is that too much at level 20? I think level 23 is probably okay, right? If gummy shaped, why not gummy taste? America, explain. Ella could make... Listen. Ella could make food safe gummy or food safe D20 molds for gummy dice. She then could proceed to make gummy dice. What Ella can't do is sell gummy dice, because you have to get a full different license for selling edible products or whatever. Now, Ella could make me gummy dice, and I could eat the gummy dice in front of you guys, but she could not sell the gummy dice. She could make you gummy dice if you come over and hang out, but you know, will those abilities be a one long rest or one per long rest or short rest situation? So the deflection, I'm kind of thinking of making it just a straight up mitigation that they always get, just like the monks like arrow catchy thingy. And then monks will spend key points to be able to throw the arrow back. Similarly, Astral Knights can spend one of their spell slots, and their spell slots they get, I'm not fully set on this number, but they're available runes for casting spells. I'm thinking of making it 2, and they get a 3rd one at level 3, a 4th one at level 6, a 5th one at 9th level. They get their 6th slot at 12, their 7th at 15, and their 8th at 18. Now you can also regenerate 1 rune slot. I'm thinking about having that be a thing you can do, but I'm not quite sure if that would work out well. So the other thing I think of for Daggerheart armor slots, you have select amount of ticks to mitigate damage to bring down the damage threshold. What if something similar to like AC can be brought up by added charisma bonus to AC, limited amount of times per short or long rest? Is that better than doing a temporary hit point shield? The temporary hit point shield makes it feel more like the Astral Sage class, so it connects it like that as opposed to just having it be brought up with AC. But I suppose narratively you could do that. Narrative, like mechanically, it doesn't really matter, but we can make it narratively work for either way, I suppose. What about candy dice? She could absolutely make candy dice. Yes. She could sell molds for gummy dice. She could. Well, no. I think that if you're selling things that are intended for food, that are like food safe, intended for making food, I think you still need a special license for that. I think that one cannot simply use food safe silicon to make a silicon mold for gummy dice and then sell it. I'm pretty sure you need to have like a proper license for that too. So reaction per turn, got it. Yeah. You need several licenses for selling food and other goods. Yeah, it's a pain, so it's not even worth it. Are ceremonial plates also made of astral steel? No, they're not. No, the astral steel is very hard to come by, very secretive, very important, very rare, very small quantities are made. So to make all the armor of the knights, that's too much. One thing that makes the armor unique though is the bluish black color comes from using part of the Eldari obsidian is like ground down, and it's very hard to do that because Eldari obsidian is not an easy material to work with. Basically, they add in like sort of like almost like stone into the armor forging process for their steel plates. So Astral Knight armor is still unique and awesome and cool, but it's not Astral Steel. Like, oh my god, this is so whatever, right? It can still be a temp hit point shield. There's just more math involved to scale HP versus scaling armor, right? I guess you could just increase at certain levels. It's listed as one of their spells, so food molds require a whole thing. I remember hearing about that. Yeah, that's that's a lot, right? It's probably not going to happen. So, you know, maybe when Blackwood Dice is a multinational billion-dollar company, she can do something like that. But for now, probably have to keep it pretty chill. So, anyway, so okay, so level casting. For the parry, it's turn reaction. I think I'm good with starting it as 12 plus your proficiency plus your charisma modifier. Likely people are not going to max out their charisma modifier as aggressively as maybe I'm thinking they will. So it's probably okay. 12 plus proficiency plus your charisma modifier. So how would we word this? Do we keep the lore in here? So we could have a little paragraph that says something along the lines of your Eldari tattoos and ceremonial armor protect you from many of the dangers you will face as an astral knight. Something small like that could kind of work out. Your Eldari tattoos and ceremonial armor protect you from many of the dangers you'll face as an astral knight, beginning at first level while you're wearing no armor other than your ceremonial plates, and you're not wielding any weapons or shields besides your astral longsword. Your AC equals 12 plus your proficiency bonus plus your charisma modifier. And then the thing is, I don't want people to search for how something works and have to read fucking lore. So I think I need a lore explanation in the form of 1 to 2 sentences for these kind of things. Right? Like I can have in here like astral, maybe I don't need for the Paris Guild. Knights are adept at facing magical, or how do I want to say this? Master Knights are well versed in fighting spellcasters, and their weapons carry unique properties that allow them to deflect many magical attacks. Starting at 3rd level, you can use your action to deflect a spell when you're hit by a single target range spell attack. When you do so, the damage you take from the attack is reduced by 1d10 plus your strength modifier plus your astral knight level. If you this is direct word for word verbatim whatever the monk's arrow catching things. If you reduce the damage to 0, you can catch the missile if it is small enough for you to hold in one hand, and you have at least one hand free. So we can say you can deflect the spell. If you catch the missile this way, you can spend 1. If you deflect a spell in this way, you can spend 1 rune to make a ranged attack with a range of 2060, or using the weapon or pierce piece of ammunition you just caught as part of the same reaction. I don't need to I don't need to word all this stuff. You need to track with a range of 60 feet. You make this attack with proficiency regardless of your... Well, there's no proficiency. Range attack with the spell at a range of 60 feet. Using the original roll. I think that's a better way of wording it. Maybe there's a problem in this. That why do they want monks to make the roll themselves? Why wouldn't you just use the roll that the spell attack had? I guess because you're deflecting it back. So how do we word that you make a spell and your spell casting modifier is using your you make a range spell attack with, or you make a range spell attack using your, how do we word that? If you're deflecting the spell. Magic bitches? Yeah, there you go. May borrow math from Lay on Hands. You have proof pool of temporary hit points equal to 7 times your knight level. You can use your action to pull temporary hit points from this pool to mitigate the damage. This can tie into, if you'd like, any damage mitigated to 0 that can be reflected back to the source of the damage received. We already have that in the parry spell, so... Man, the shield reflection would be interesting, though. Using your spell attack modifier, but you don't have a spell attack modifier, really. So... Okay, we'll say this. We'll say temp for now. Right now, we'll use it based on using the original attack roll. And we're keep that as a placeholder. So these are our defensives in here for the most part, I think. Why is art so hard? It's not hard, Thorgan. You just make the art. What are you talking about? Why do you think art's hard? You just do it. You just make the art, bro. What's the problem? Like, if it's not good, you just do it better. I've never had a problem with this. There's a potential rework of the parry spell so that we can avoid the wordiness, but it's entirely preference based on how you see functional narratively. I see. Is there a middle ground that's sort of like, Astral Knights are well versed in fighting spellcasters, and their weapons carry unique properties that allow them to deflect many magical attacks. Starting at 3rd level, you can use your action to deflect a spell when you are hit by a single target range spell attack. When you do so, the damage you take from the attack is reduced by 1d10 plus your strength modifier plus your Astral Knight level. If you reduce the damage to 0, you can deflect the spell. If you deflect a spell this way, you can spend 1 rune to make a ranged attack with the spell at a range of 60 feet. Ranged spell attack at a range of 60 feet. And then how do we word this? How do you make a ranged spell attack? How do we tie it to your melee attack proficiency? Do we just say you may make a melee attack with the ranged spell? So you just use your melee like attack modifier to try and deflect it back. Like how would we word it so that that's exactly what happens? How do we word it so that basically you make a melee attack with the ranged spell to deflect the spell back at its? How the fuck would you word that? Because I love the idea that you're not worrying about like spell attack modifiers and casting this or that. You know, you just... right? There's got to be a way for that to work out. As a caster, don't they have a spell attack modifier? It's just proficiency bonus plus spell ability modifier. Their attacks aren't spells, though. They are using runes to augment their attacks. So, for instance, you are making a melee attack that if it hits, you like explode with damage. It's like imagine that they are based all around the way Divine Smite works. So they don't necessarily have a spell attack modifier that they use. It is all based around melee ability, which is why I'm trying to figure out how this would work out. Magical shield comes up and you use your strength or dexterity to push the spell back. But how do you word that so you use your strength to push to reflect the spell, you know? How does it play out in your head? Is it because of the magic or is it because of the prowess of the blade? It's their prowess of the blade. It's you literally hitting a baseball back at somebody. You know, it is them throwing a firebolt at you and you deflecting it and returning it. So it's not some like magical aura thing that like pew, like, you know, reflects it off of you and dings it back at the person. It's you hitting the spell perfectly and being able to reflect it back, which is why I'm not allowing for AoE spells, obviously. Because it's not just a reflection. It's not like you're Wobbuffet, okay? You're actually like so good, you know, at it. So I do like the idea of using the melee attack rule, but like, how would you word that? You can spend 1 rune to make a ranged spell attack at a range of 60 feet using a melee, like using your melee attack roll. We just say using your melee attack. Modifier. Maybe? Do they have to reflect the spell energy and the effect of the caster? I love to see them smash the enemy next to them. You can use it to make a ranged spell attack at a range. No, it's anybody. Like I'm intentionally saying deflect the spell in a way you can spend 1 rune to make a ranged spell attack at a range of 60 feet. So the whole point is that yeah, you can. You know, if the wizard is throwing the spell at you, you can deflect it and hit their you know, the rogue or whatever that's right beside you. So I'd move the words ranged. Make a spell attack. Oh, you're right about that. Thank you. Make a spell attack at a range of 60 feet using your melee attack modifier. But we ought to say that you can make... That you can... If you reduce your damage to 0, you can... reflect. Let's use the word reflect for this, because we're using deflect. Deflect is a word we're using to not take damage. Reflect is a word... We might have to change the wording around here. If you reflect a spell this way, you can spend 1 rune to make a spell attack at a range of 60 feet using your melee attack modifier. I think that's better. You can hit spell like a baseball back at the enemy. Yeah, exactly. You might just define it as a sword attack and have a sentence at the beginning that means... Or what that means and how it's defined. To be named, Xenix. What's up, Ed? If you reduce damage to 0, you can reflect the spell. If you reflect the spell in this way, you can spend 1 rune to make a spell attack at a range of 60 feet using your melee attack modifier. Your melee. How do we word that? To use your longsword attack modifier. That's frustrating. Except for tonight's stream, the forges are being relit. Oh shit, dude, that's awesome. Congratulations, Oda. I can't wait for that. Fuck yeah. If you reduce the damage to 0, you can reflect the spell. If you reflect the spell this way, you can spend 1 rune to make a spell attack at a range of 60 feet using your longswords attack using your longswords attack modifier. Maybe just I don't want it to be too wordy or too crunchy or whatever. Base attack, make an attack as you would the attacking melee target. It doesn't make as much sense to me. I don't know why. All right, whatever. I won't get stuck on one thing today. There's a lot of stuff for us to do. For maybe we'll mull that around in the back of the brain. So I also need a list of their spells. I gotta figure out a name for our ceremonial plates and our parry skills. I want them to sound like cool or whatever, you know. Knight sword attack roll. Yeah, your astral longsword. I think I could just say longsword because I'm pretty sure it's implied that you'd have to be using your astral. Oh, I need to say that somewhere, that you have to be using your astral seal blade. So I need to have something else in here that is weapon of the order. You get a pretty cool sword, bro. It does cool things and are cool. You can't do anything astral nighty unless you use your long sword steel blade. I think that's pretty good. I think it's pretty clear. I think this is a good way to describe it. I don't think anyone would find any kind of confusion. You know, I think it's straightforward. You get a pretty cool sword, bro. It does cool things that are cool. You can't do anything astral nighty unless you use Yort Longsword Steelblade. Or call it weapon attack modifier. That's actually kind of I like that. Because it's implied that you're using your Astral Steel Longsword, right? I assume so. I need to go get more water because I've been streaming for 2 hours. So I'm gonna go do that. I can't forget this shit, all right, man. I sat way too long when I was playing with Fishy yesterday. I didn't get up. I don't know how she didn't take a break, bro. It was kind of crazy. Okay, BRB in 2 minutes. No revolts. All right. Runa time. I don't want to say stun locked on any one thing. So, Runa is going to be the Patreon reward for next month, for April. So, I don't know if anyone's going to want a cool Runa piece or whatever. You know what I should do? I should get Fishy. I should send her like a Runa sketch, and then I should get her to sign it, and then I'll sign it too, and then I'll do like a giveaway or whatever, so you can get a signed galactic goldfish. I don't even know if she has a signature as Fishy. She might. I think every VTuber should, right? Add clarification in the Astral Sword text block that says all Astral Knight abilities that require the use of Astral Steel Blade or a similar text under. Yeah. So okay. So for the actual Weapon of the Order thing, what I want to accomplish here are we've two goals. One is to, in the Astral Order Weapon of the Order, is to make it clear that you fucking need this thing to do anything. Two, give it some kind of progression in line with magic items that, or magic items, so it doesn't feel bad to never get one. Three was to what was the third one? Oh fuck, I just had it in my head. Requires Astral Steel Blade. Good progression. 3 was to, oh my god, I just had this in my mind. Oh, yeah, return spell, or maybe talk. Actually, yeah, no, we're not gonna make the return spell tied to runes. So return spell. Return spell to pull your sword to you. And 4 is you always know what direction your sword is and roughly how far away it is. So I need, under the Weapons of the Order thing, I need to identify those things to make sure the Astral Steel Blade is like really cool to use. I'd give suggestions for names because I'd love to have. Yeah, sure. Senix, I don't like to commit to naming anything. I like to have a whole bunch of names in my head, and then randomly one day I'll just be like, "That's why the name is this," you know. So I'd love suggestions. You know, I'm no guarantee that I'm gonna obviously write everything down and whatnot, but no, I'm fully open to suggestions. What do you do when already used the pizza plus level up last session, but you need to fake a session again? Oh god. Ashy. This is when I'd break out Tekken. When I'd be like, guys, we're gonna play some fucking Tekken first. You know? Return hand tattoo that glows and pointing towards the sword. That's a cool idea, actually. So it's like a compass thing that you always know where it is. Astral Reflection. What if the Astral Knight swords were forged with an alloy, including the blood of the knight that was forging it? Could lend itself to the returning and progression part. That's a really cool idea. That's pretty metal. I like that. Actually, that's sick. Well, okay, but I want knights to, so if you're a knight, you get to basically get your weapon one of two ways. You can either have one forged for yourself, or you can inherit a sword. So it'd have to be some sort of enchanting spell. It'd have to be something that like, how'd that work? So I like the idea of like, you can like inherit your master's sword or something, you know? Alternate name, my soul for my sword. I love that. I love that it sounds like an oath. That's sick. The Sword of the Order would be good name for the archetype feature. My favorite ways to gain a sword is by killing your foes. Jesus. The class design Wednesday already. We're doing both today. We're doing class design and art of our Astral Knight Runa. So we're balancing between the two. We're thinking about it, and then I got to get some more progression done on this character. So we're doing both kind of at the same time. Entities, thank you for the tier 1, bro. I appreciate that. For 14 months.
Finally recouped from my scuba certification training.
Dude.
We talking Astral Knights?
We are talking Astral Knights. We're drawing and designing them today, Edities, so that I can actually post in the Discord. And instead of just having all these like fucking notes for how the class works. Thank you for the 14 months, bro. I'm glad you're recovered from your scuba certification. I thought about doing a scuba cert before I went to Maui last year, or again this year. Sorry, the year before last year, or then this year. But that's a lot of work. And I don't want to go diving anywhere in the Canadian Rockies or Alberta because it doesn't seem cool. So maybe if I could do my cert, all the like they said last time we were in Maui, they said, oh, if you're here for 2 weeks, you can do your scuba cert in those 2 week period. In that 2 week period, we'll have you like we'll take you out like every other day for the first week or whatever, and then you'll be certified for the next week or some shit like that. So thought about it. I might still. We'll see how expensive it is. Could be kind of cool. They're just snorkeling everywhere. Mr. My comment got skipped, and I think I could wait. It could help, so you should scroll back up and read the paragraph. Your comment got skipped. Wait, what? It absolutely did. Thank you, Viddy. Channeled by the blade. To channel the forces taught by the astral order, your sword is especially created and tuned to align your abilities with the astral forces. I'd call it the astral aura. Your astral knight abilities are dependent on you wielding your blade and certain abilities can only be utilized when it is in your hand. Possible addition when you denote astral runes by the ability's name. Yes, so there's also going to be a class, sort of a category of astral knight abilities that you can do that you don't have to be holding your weapon for. So these are augmenting abilities, right? Like the ability to like jump at a great distance, or the ability to like shield yourself or whatever. I don't think I want to give them a heal. I don't think astral knights will heal, but it'd be good to like define the two as different class mechanics. That's a good point, Betty. You should have the unlimited blade works spiel for the Oath of the Astral Knights. What I'm thinking about doing, I think the best thing for the Oath of the Astral Knights is finding the Marines like Rifleman's Oath or whatever, or Creed. What I'll do is we'll just go down here and we'll just find all instances of the word rifle and we'll replace it with astral steel long sword. All right, astral steel long sword. So this is my astral steel longsword. There are many like it, but this one is mine. My astral steel longsword is my best friend. It is my life, and I must master it as I must master my life. My astral steel longsword. Oops. Without me is useless. Without my astral steel longsword, I am useless. I must fire. I must swing. My astral steel longsword. True. I must slash straighter than my enemy who is trying to kill me. I must. Oops. I must slash him before he slashes me. I will my astral steel longsword and myself know that what counts in this war is not the rounds we fire, is not the slashes we slash, the noise of our burst, nor the smoke we make. We know that it's the hit that counts. We will hit. My astral steel longsword is human, even as because it is my life. Thus, I will learn it as my brother. I will learn its weaknesses, its strengths, its parts, its accessories, its sights and barrel, its hilt and blade. I will ever guard against the ravages of weather and damage. I will ever guard my will ever guard my legs, arms, my eyes, my heart against damage. I'll keep my astral steel longsword clean and ready. We'll become part. Yeah, all right. Wait, so be it until victory is America's and there is no enemy but peace? Wait, do I leave this in? Ah, shit. Are all astral knights just Americans? Fuck, man. I didn't. God damn, bro. Shit, I didn't know that. I didn't. Damn, I wasn't. I wasn't informed that all Astral Knights were just Americans. Shit. All right, well, I guess that explains the monster trucks. So, this works as a vibe. It kind of does, actually. Basically the same thing with modern. The repeat in case you didn't see it. If you inherit the sword, it could be a process of bloodying whereby you both cut your hands, mixed blood. Ooh. Or blood, like that's cool. I actually like that. You could inherit like a... Yeah, wait, that's sick. Third person died, then I could have to tame or learn and inspect the sword. That could be a cool plot in the adventure. I like that. The idea, like having to impress a sword, you know? Right? The noise of our burst sounds weird with swords. Kind of does, you're right. Yeah, a little bit. The Marine Tales feels culty. Kind of. The creed was written on the back of every range book I ever had. There you go. See? See? There it is, man. Whenever anyone complains about whether or not it's fair that they can't summon their weapon like a Warlock Hexblade can, I'll just say that for, you know... Hold on. I'm bad at this. How many years since how many years has America been alive for? How many years has America been America? Because I know the Marines are 1 year short of that, or 1 year more than that. 246. So for 200, if someone says that they have a problem with you not being able to summon your weapon like an Astral or like a Warlock Hexblade, I'll just say for 247 years, American Marines have been not losing their rifles. All right, you cannot lose your sword for one game. All right, you're fine. All right. Never drop their sword. Too many push-ups to do. Yeah, they go for extra training. Extra training. Of course, Astral Sea America is Booming Island. It's not. There's no Astral Sea. What do you mean? That doesn't exist. All right. I'm gonna throw my dog out the window. More than 2, that's for sure. Well, I know the Marines have been around for 1 year since before the American since 1776. But I wasn't sure how many years that was. But apparently it's 246. So why can't I summon my blade like a Warlock? Because my Astral Blade is better than those blades? Exactly. Because your Astral Steel Longsword is better than a simple conjuration given to you by your patron that allows you to summon a fucking sword. It is your Astral Steel Longsword. Do not lose it.
By the blood of my enemies, by the blood of my heart, victory shall be ours. By the blade of stars shines dark.
Wait, this feels like an anime, Senix. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate the 100 bits. I'm afraid that this is from an anime, and I'm not. I'm just. Is this from Fate? It's from Fate, isn't it? God, it's from. I bet it's from Fate or Genshin. I want Astral Dragon because that'd be cool. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, that'd be sick. I made the mistake of laying my rifle down on the ground next to my knee, and a drill instructor snatched it. It was painful to get it back. That sucks. That sucks. Yeah. Don't let Gutty see your weapon either dirty or across the room or whatever. All right. So yeah. So the order, the steel, the weapon of the order section needs to have a couple things. So it needs to make it clear that you need this to do anything. So I like the way Viddy worded that. Actually, I might reference that, Viddy, if you're okay with it. I need to give it some sort of progression. So we need to figure out what the progression is of magic items on average, so that we can progress the Astral Steel Longsword at the same level, so that it doesn't feel bad when some other people have a +2 and you don't have a +2. For the Armor of the Order as well, there's also one more thing. Potentially absorb magical item effects for similar item similar item slots. I forgot about that. So what's thematically better? You can't put on other gloves because you need these gloves, or you could absorb the effect of those gloves into your armor.
Blade of Holding.
It's not. We're not. That's an entirely different thing from the bag of holding. Now you've just ruined both of our D&D games. God damn it. It's always the fucking bag of holding. It always comes back to that shit, Senex. God damn it. Thank you, 100 bets. I appreciate it. Thank you. The Astral Knight orders. Do Astral Knights have orders like Leo, Aries, Cancer, etc.? No, it's not. There's nothing based around like a 12 sort of like digit chart or whatever. There are ideas for that, but I don't really like it. It feels too human, you know. Is Astral Blade going to be a class feature? It is. Yeah, it is a class feature. But only one weapon at a time. Well, the weapons can't. I want the weapon to have its own progression, but I want the items. I don't know what's better. I don't know what's better. If it's better to say just like you cannot equip gloves. You get magic gloves, get fucked. You can't put them on. Sorry. You're wearing your order gloves. Or if it's better to say so we're going to do positive as a negative. You can't equip other items. You can, or you can absorb, or okay, let's do this. Pros and cons. The pros of this is you gain a strong sense of identity. Your armor means more to your character's story. A con. What the fuck? Why you know? Okay. Feels bad to loot cool gloves or something, but you're already wearing some. What else is a con behind that? Can't swap magic items easily for encounters. Dungeons. So if we say you can't equip other items, the pros are narrative, the cons are mechanical. Are we willing to make that sacrifice? Blade progression similar to how Ed explained to be a good template for 3rd, 5th, 9th, 13th, and 17th level. How would the progression work? Because I'm thinking of progression like plus like basic magic weapon progression. I wasn't thinking anything as complicated as that, like for the spells. The runic spells are their own thing. I'm just talking about the magic item progression. So it'd be like +1, +2, +3 at certain levels, right? New glove transmog look like astral armor. No, I mean, I'd rather it absorb the effect. What are you expecting the Astral Knights to get? Is it a delicate balance of giving them consistency and always having magic items, but you don't want it to be better on par with most magical items or they'll be busted? Well, I'm fine with their armor not being magical at all. Right? And them to be able to equip and attune to other magic items. Like there's no Astral Knight belt, right? It's just your gloves, your gloves and arms, your legs and feet, and potentially your chest are all. But I said you can't wear any other armor other than your ceremonial armor. So basically you can attune to non-armor magic items. How restrictive is it to say you can't attune to any non-magical armor items? They should be allowed to use bows and crossbows. Thought about letting them use bows.
The thing about that is they're going to have a very powerful ranged movement spell that moves their target to them. Basically a Death Knight's Death Grip to satisfy their ranged spell attack. Good properties of the weapon, magic item traits. The other benefits you can bestow onto the weapon, like critting inanimate objects, producing light, transferring bonuses +2 to AC. A lot of that's going to be through their spell casting, through their like weapon arts or their weapon techniques. So the actual just weapon of the order needs to have a progression of. I mean, what level do you usually get? D&D, what level do you usually get a +2 weapon? Oops. First +1 weapon should be about 4 to 5. Second +2 should be about 7. Third should be about 9 to 12. +4 should be about 12. No, that's not D&D. That's Pathfinder. Magic weapon could be +1 at level 7, 2 at 14, +1 at 5, 2 at 10, +3 at 15. That's not bad, actually. I like that. So you get let's try that as a format. So +1 at level. Let's do it a little bit earlier. At level, let's do 4, 9, and 13. Or 4, 9, and 14. +2 at level 9. +3 at level 14. That's not bad. Find armor, magic items like armor items or armor that grants bonus to AC in any form, like cloaks protection, braces of defense. I mean armor's worn in the slots that you'd have your existing magic item or your existing armor slots in. So you could wear a cloak or you could wear, you know, whatever. But you just wouldn't be able to replace your order armor, your actual Astromite armor. Or maybe I just let people do that and I don't whine about it and let people break it. It's like, how much do I want to create identity versus how much do I want to make mechanics easy? I don't know. My head's getting a little fried. Oh, God, there's so much to do. I have so much to do still. I'm stressed. I'm stressed. I wonder if the progression... How do we make our armor progression satisfying and feel good? Because the armor progression is like so much of like it kind of goes against my entire thing for D&D that I think one of the best parts of D&D is the loot. And I'm sort of like kind of spitting in the face of that by saying that I don't want loot progression to be a thing that's part of the Astronaut, you know? But I'm saying it for class identity and narrative reasons. Which is why it's important to me. So level 5, if you should have +1 rare item as a PC. Does that always translate to a weapon, though, you think? Because I agree. I usually give my players rare items like pretty early on, actually. Like level 3, I start giving my players some rare items. But I also give my players way too many rare magic items because I like the idea of them having things to choose from, being able to make those choices, you know? So maybe the ranged weapon is a interesting idea as well. Like, do I want to give them the ability to make ranged attacks beyond their spell? Because like one Astral Knight, so we should just create a list of our arts, and I should just transfer all of them. So oops. Rune techniques. So slash or attack ignores armor. Pull target to you. And make attack Attack explodes in a cone. What else was there? Oh, right. Elemental damage. Melee at range through space. Rift. Then greater are going to be like greater techniques are going to be things like the gravity well, the ranged comet attack, the constellation slash or strike, which is multiple attacks. How do you spell constellation? Oh, I just couldn't put the S in there. Or ranged meteor. Ranged meteor attack, constellation strike. So the greater and lesser techniques are going to be like one like single rune spells basically, or one to two rune spells. And the greater techniques are going to be 3 to 8 rune spells. Or their armor could take on magical traits from other equipment, like a wand that has a trait for gathering charges, another is a trait for spending those charges. They can choose to store charges to find enough items to use those charges, potentially gaining access to more. So that's what I mean by absorbing. When I said that I wasn't sure if I want them to absorb, I think that's the idea, is like, so your weapon or your armor, you can absorb if you get like gloves, like I don't know what's it with gloves of dexterity that sets your dex to 18 or some shit. Like you could, it sucks because you're holding those gloves and you're like, oh, like shoot, I can't use them. Do I let you absorb those those gloves into your gloves, right? And then you can loot the magic item and your armor noms them? Or do I say you can't do that because it's an issue of identity and narrative? And I think that the absorbing is a nice compromise between the narrative identity of the knights wearing their ceremonial plates, but also mechanically it's still fun to get loot. Then you're not ever like, because right as it is right now, whenever you loot the dragon and there's a cool sword, you can't use it because you're using your cool sword already. And it's not like hexblades, where a hexblade can loot a cool sword and just like transfer their hexbladey shit onto that weapon. So I'm already screwing you out of swords. You already can't wear any armor. It's like, do I let you wear the hill? Like, I think I have to say something along the lines of like, yeah, your cool gauntlets can absorb those hill giant whatevers or whatever, you know. How do the runes work? The runes kind of work like spell slots. You get a certain amount of runes per day, and you have to sort of at the beginning of the day, you have to align with your presence in the starry night sky or whatever it is, wherever you are in the world, and realign yourself with the astral aura, and you get access to activate your runes on your blade. So the runes are present on your blade, and then you get 2 runes that are present on your body in the form of tattoos. And so I should say rune techniques. I should say blade runes, and then you also have body runes, or however we're gonna. And so this is things like increase your jump or reaction to take no fall damage. Cool things to like augment movement, speed, things like that. The greater techniques, so you can spend these rune slots basically. Like if you think about a single rune spell that will cost like 1 rune, like let's say you are level 14 or level 12 and you have access to 6 rune slots. You can spend 6 single rune spells, or you can spend 1 greater rune that's like a 6 rune. Like the Constellation Strike will be like 6 runes, I think, or maybe 5. So you can choose how much you want to save and spend your resources. If there's like something you want to ultra die, you can do that, you know. And part of it's because part of the Astral Sage class is being able to choose how to spend your resources. The Astral Sages have a cantrip that they can use their cantrip. They basically get D6s as they progress through being an Astral Sage. And those D6s you can spend on damage or on shielding another target. So if you say, let's say you're like level 7 or whatever, and you have 4 D6s, and there's 2 enemies and 2 friends, you could spend 2 D6s to make 2 spell attacks on 2 different guys. Spend a third you can spend 2 D6 to make 2 D6 spell attack on 1 guy, 1 D6 to spend 1 D6 spell attack on a second guy, and then spend your 4th D6 on shielding an ally. So part of the Sage's experience is being able to be very modular and choose what you want to do all the time. So the Knight, I want to have a bit of modularity, but not to the same extent, obviously. Did you Gale does and eat the gloves like a sandwich? Yeah. I think it's 2 by 7. The trade-off is also essentially that it cuts off the ability to trade items between players. It does, yeah. Once you like purge the magic item effect from your gloves, maybe at a high level you could like retain them somehow. I don't know. Zora's kind of the same general effect as Transmog. Yeah, but then you lose the item is kind of important to me for that. Gotta feed the Porcelain Beast, alright. They can absorb Dex gloves and Hill Giant gloves. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'd probably limit it to 1 item per slot kind of thing, so I don't know, maybe you could. Maybe you could absorb the effect of the Dex gloves into your gloves and the effect of the Giant gloves into your boots or something. That'd be kind of cool. You can still only attune to the same amount of magic items, so it's a little different like that. Turn the Astral Blade into Will, feed the sword magic swords, turn it into points, use those points to upgrade your abilities. That's interesting, actually. That's also a question is can you spend like, I don't think I want you to be able to upcast. So let's say that you have an attack that our most basic rune spells will be bonus damage. And the bonus damage is going to have a here's the thing. Do I give it a progression like Divine Smite? Or do I allow for a 2 rune spell that does more than double the bonus damage? And I'm not sure. But I do like the idea of so say Astral Sages have the exact same spell casting for their spells. They have the exact same thing, runes, except instead of their runes being based around their sword and their body, their runes are more based around like general spell casting. So they can do like shoot laser or call down meteor or like heal friend or whatever, spending runes to do all those different things. The Knights are just things that have to do with them hitting something with their sword, or for their like 2 runes they get on their body, then certain things you get. And so maybe you get like access to 1 rune at level 3 and another rune at level 10 or something like that, or maybe a 3rd one or some shit. I don't know. Absorb the properties of stuff would be cool. I think that's what I want to do. Yeah. Have you done any attack art yet? I haven't done any art for the attacks or abilities or anything for the Sage or the Knight. So that is on the list of things that needs to get done. I wanted to do, there's like, okay. In the Star Wars Saga Edition book, there were these like Jedi skills or whatever that had cool like attack like art or whatever for them that I thought was really cool because it looked like it was kind of like in world or whatever. Where's the Jedi? Force techniques, be page 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. it might have been in a different book, but I remember they had these cool little art things of like almost like forms, like an old manual you would find of like. I'm sure Dashta would know which book I'm talking about. It might not be in the core book. They're cool little animations. Maybe if I just literally Google the word hawk bat swoop. Oh, yeah. Wait, hold on. Is this it? Yeah. Look at this. This is cool. So they had these cool, like, kind of like old manual, like, form things, right? Where they had these, like, little silhouettes of people with doing these, like, attacks or whatever. And I kind of thought about doing something like that inside of a more formal, like, manual of Astral Knights. You know? That kind of like ink sketch, like silhouette with, like, steel blade or whatever. To show just, like, a bit of movement or whatever. But I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't read well. I don't know if I could do a good job of it, because it's not like their swords are like glowing laser swords, so the like silhouette versus sword thing doesn't work as well. But maybe I could just make their swords bright or some shit. The Jedi combat forms, yeah. I love the idea of sage cantrip attacks taking the form of runes and expending out from their hands in a separate, spectral, ghostly sort of way. So it actually depends on if you are a sage that aligns to the. It depends on if you are a charisma or a wisdom caster. So you can choose, Atari, if you want to be as an astral sage, if you want your primary casting stat to be charisma or wisdom, and you get a small bonus for, like, depending on the choice you make. It's kind of like a subclass, but there's not a lot built into it right now. But you can basically be an astral sage that chooses to, like, sort of like align your spirit and soul with the astral aura, as it were. Or you can be a very, like, precise academic mechanical, like, astral atlas user that basically your cantrip either comes from you and you, like, blast people with your cantrip or whatever, and it kind of, like, comes out in different like waves or whatever, or your cantrip comes from your astral atlas. So you can choose whether you want to be the glasses adjusting, you know, atlas firing whatever sage, or if you want to be the, like, the voodoo wizard yourself or whatever. So found some fun in stream topics. Wait, what do we got? Stream topics. Yes, dude. Yes. Yeah. Oh, these. Yeah. This is all of them. Fuck yeah. Yeah. This is exactly what. So I was thinking about doing something like this. I always remember these were really cool pieces of art from the books. I don't remember which like books, but these are all forms. So these aren't attacks. These are just lightsaber forms. So you could choose in Saga Edition which form you wanted to choose, and it was like it gave you different bonuses. So like Gemso allowed you to like redirect blaster bolts. You know, Vapid allowed you to like add bonuses to your attacks. Sorasu was like a very defensive form. Makashi was like a very aggressive form that gave you like bonuses to your attacks as well. So these were things they used for like lightsaber like styles. I thought that they used these for some of the attacks too, but I maybe I'm completely wrong about that. But I wanted to do a certain like a similar type thing for the different attacks, right? Because one thing I liked about it is that they were very like, the knights are very like form focused, not forms lightsaber forms, but they're form focused excuse me, in how they move and attack and stuff, and like they maintain certain guards and things like that. They switch between. I don't know if I want to work that into something mechanically, but I like the idea of them having these like illustrations of like knights doing like very specific movements and techniques to like do their astral arts or whatever for the knights. So yeah, that's exactly the vibe I want to go for. If you want historical inspiration, Google Mayor sword manual pictures. The mayor was a longsword master. Yeah, those like old like codexes and manuals. Basically, so Sweeney, what I want for the Astral Knight is I want HEMA nerds to be I want 7 out of 10 HEMA nerds to think the class is cool. Right? Because if you make it so HEMA focused and so HEMA like adhering, it's going to be boring. Because that's the one thing us HEMA nerds don't like to hear, is that ultimately HEMA in its like, which is historical European martial arts, which is like the old like how to sword basically. HEMA in its like complete like adherence to make like every HEMA YouTuber and every historical sword YouTuber and stuff happy and be like, oh, this is like completely historically based. If you make them all happy, your stuff's gonna be boring because the average person doesn't give a fuck about that and they think it's lame and boring and stupid and silly. But I want there's enough within HEMA that I think is really cool that if we're willing to base our fantasy swordplay on HEMA to the point where 7 out of 10 or the majority of HEMA nerds see it and they're like, oh, that's like that guard, like, oh cool, there's like an actual inspiration, like how like Evan designed the different guards and attacks and forms for this class. That's pretty cool. But 3 of the HEMA nerds are going to be the like glasses adjusting, mouth breathing, can't find Gambison big enough to fit in HEMA nerds that are never going to be happy unless it's completely 100% historically accurate, at which point 1 of the 3 is still not going to be happy. So I don't want to make them happy because they are not my audience and I'm going to lose too many people on the normie side of things if I make those extreme HEMA nerds happy. So that's why I say I'm always shooting for like the 7 of 10, where most HEMA nerds are like, that's cool, but like the ones that are super actuallying, yeah, they're not gonna like it anyway, so I'm not gonna try and impress them. But you're absolutely the right track. That's the vibe that I'm trying to catch, is a lot of those sort of forms and like techniques and styles when we see Astral Knights fighting in combat. You know, I want them to be very powerful, very stance and guard focused. I want them to be very intentional in their attacks. They're not going to be super acrobatic and whippy and whatever and crazy and flippy and all that kind of stuff. A little bit of that's fine, obviously, but you know, I want it to be still very grounded in like in a feeling of weight and intentionality in the combat as well. So impossible. The closer you get to HEMA, the more they're going to get mad at the differences. You might be right, actually. Maybe me in trying to please any of them, I'm not going to please any of them. Maybe I should just do Star Wars prequel trilogy, crazy sword flipping, you know, ridiculous cool shit, because, you know, that's just what more people are going to like that than if I have it more based in sort of a grounded, like sword kind of play, whatever type thing. Like maybe, like you might be right. And I might change my mind on that. Right now I'm going for trying to please the HEMA nerds as well, but I might regret that. I might realize that I can't, you know, impress them whatsoever, and trying is a fool's errand. But right now my basic sort of vibe is that I'm gonna do my best to try and impress them. Then again, like, HEMA nerds don't really watch my channel to begin with, because I like there's a couple people in our guild that are HEMA enjoyers. But I will, if somebody is a HEMA nerd, I'll hear about it very quickly, usually because they'll criticize something to do with one of my weapon designs. And they'll get mad because I like hear their criticism. I'm like, that's cool, bro, but then I don't change it. And the thing about the internet that I've learned is a lot of times these kind of people that'll come in and criticize about like a weapon thing are not criticizing it from the standpoint of like, hey man, like, if you're curious, you can make this a little bit more realistic by like making the guard a little bigger, or like making this thing a little bit pointier or whatever. They're not in that way. They're like, hey, you've done this wrong and I am here to fix it for you. And if you don't listen to me and make the correction I've addressed as a problem, you're an asshole and fuck you. To which then I don't make the correction because I'm like, that's cool, but I like the way this guard looks better. And then they're like, well, fuck this, I'm out. So yeah, there's not a ton of the HEMA nerds that enjoy our corner of Twitch, but there's a couple that I value, you know. Let's see 3 or 4 nights waiting to remove orcs and tearing up the place without breaking a sweat. Yeah, I mean they boast a very strong identity of being like unparalleled warriors. I wouldn't say that the Astral Knight is like the pinnacle or the epitome of like combat whatever. When I think about who the strongest basically fighters are on the planet, like as a group, not as like an individual, but like as a group, like, oh, the Sky Knights of Old Eldaria, or the Astral Knights, or like the Paladins of the Growlhammer. It's hard because I kind of don't want to like set those maximums But when I think about the most elite combatants, the Astral Knights are up there, man. But there's one paladin order from the Shattered Sea that I've sort of identified in my own sort of like headcanon, has yet to make it into narrative, as being the most powerful fighters, like combatants in the world. But I don't know if that's going to hold true. Because there's also the assassins from Kelhet that are going to be ridiculous. And they have to be. I don't know. Base it on HEMA, the normies won't know, so they'll do whatever anyway. Well, yeah. It needs to be cooler than just HEMA, though. You know what I mean? I heard sword forms and went straight to, oh, there's really cool, or there's real and cool sword forms. Yeah, and I need to brush up on those things. So I don't know. I need to like figure out all those old manuals and codexes and treatises on how to do stuff. I don't know. So, I mean, do you have an opinion on what you think the best like sword manuals are? Like, because the one thing I don't know a lot of differences about are like, oh, this is like Italian sword work, and this is like French sword work, and this is German sword work, and these ones are considered better than others. Like, I don't have a good grasp on like the different regional stuff like that. You know, I don't have people around me that have very strong opinions on that aren't based in like preference of what they like to LARP with, you know, when they go to their HEMA tournaments or some shit. And they get banned, true. Is Samurai Jack the strongest swordsman in fiction? Is Samurai Jack the strongest swordsman in fiction? Maybe. I don't know, dog. Like, these are the important things. Did he take down the strongest opponent? I don't know. I haven't seen Samurai Jack since I was like 12. All I remember is the theme song, really, if you ask me. But damn it, do I remember that theme song? Holy shit. What a great show, man. What a great piece of human history. Do you want to brace or something on this one? I think I'm about wrapping her this arm in something. Some kind of like a bead on it or whatever. Like a piece of like Inaku embroidery or something. Because Runa is not dressed like a canonical Astral Knight. She's also not dressed like a canonical Inaku either. She is dressed like an e-girl. Why? Because Fishy asked for it. I won't ever show you guys the piece of art that Fishy came up for me for Runa's basic design, but this design for Runa is based off of art that Fishy made when I asked her if she had any like ideas for Runa's outfit. She actually made like a sketch of a bunch of different ideas and said, hey, these are some ideas, take what you want from it. And I tried to base as much as I could off of her sketch. They were like good ideas, you know? Because, like, you know, they weren't all good ideas, really. Like, she's not, like, you know, a master, like, character designer like I am or anything like that. But, you know, I do my best, right? No, so, it's not, like, culturally Astral Knighty or anything like that. If anything's that while I was gone, we just asked more questions, and now we have even more questions to answer, like how magic items work, and, how, their weapons progression is going to work, things like that. E-girl equals Eldara girl. I see nothing wrong with this. True. I would say you're wrong, but then we'd be both wrong, so I don't want to do that. What's up, Gabby? You're sick. Oh, no. Time to rest up. Being sick is never good. It's my primary reason for not going outside. I swear, if I get sick at any of these stupid conventions or markets I have to go to with Ella in fucking Edmonton, I'm going to be livid. I'm gonna be livid. You'll be the weird guy and wear a mask there. I don't know if people still wear masks out. Honestly, I don't fucking go out. wear a mask not because I'm worried about like pandemic shit, but just because I don't want to deal with people. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. Seasonal? Yeah. It happens. Wow, I'm sorry you're sick, Gabby. Try and take care of yourself. Never fun. Just a cold? Yeah, it's easy. That's easy. Crimson, holy shit. Thank you to 35 months, bro. What's up? What's going on? How you doing, Crimson?
Whoa.
What's good?
How you doing, man?
I'm chilling, bro.
How you been?
I'm relaxed.
Wait, are you using the TTS to script me?
I am. No,
Again?
wait, I'm not.
Stop
You're doing
that.
it.
I am just glad you are here. Thank you.
I got fucking rolled, bro. I got fucking rolled. I swear to God. Thank you, Crimson, for the 31 months. I appreciate it, bro. I'm doing fantastically. We had our very first on-stream D&D game yesterday. It went swimmingly. And now we're doing class design and a little bit of art for one of our player characters. So I am having a marvelous day, my friend. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're chilling, relaxing. Taking the week off, maybe? I don't know. More people should just take the week off and say, fuck it, I'm not coming to work. You know, it's like a power move with your boss. Quiet quitting, more like quiet not going to fucking work, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't actually, well, do that, but don't blame me for it, I guess is what I'm... When your spouse is like, hey, why did you lose your job? Well, you see, this Twitch streamer I watch recommended that I don't go into work for a week. How's that gonna work? My brush is way too thin for this. I just realized. It occurred to me.
Boss, counters with your fired.
Shit. Damn it. Is that how it works, Sedix? Ah, shit. Is that why I never did good at real jobs? Damn it. You might be right, Sedix. Thank you for 100 bits. I appreciate that. Yeah, I did not enjoy working for people. Not because I don't think you can enjoy working for people, but because the people that I worked for were not good leaders. I've realized. One thing I've sort of have realized is that working for somebody that's a great leader is like a delight. You know? That's like a weird thing to identify that this person's like a good or bad leader, but I think a lot of people think they're good leaders when they're maybe not. You know? And I need a new brush, I just realized. Actually, I don't need a new brush. I can format an existing one. Hold on. I thought I was not... Okay. All right, let's just space this out. Wait, this works. It actually works. Yep. Yep. I didn't need to make a new brush for this. There are pre-existing brush styles. But yeah, when you work with part of a great team, or you have a great boss, or you work with great leadership, it's actually not that bad. I like it. I like working on projects where I'm like, wow, this person's like really like got their shit together, you know? But I think it's so rare to come by working for somebody that's a really great leader, you know? That it is so special when you have a great, you know, team lead or boss or whatever. I don't know. Maybe I've just had bad experiences. Maybe it's a negativity bias. You know? Venus! What's up, Venus? What is up? Good to see you, Venus. I've been very impressed by your work recently. Venus, you've really begun to identify a lot of those sort of like master's painting techniques that I'm extremely impressed by. Your work is exploding, and I'm really proud of you. I know my opinion, like who the fuck am I to be proud of you? You know, like I'm just some fucking dude. But like I'm extremely proud of you. I hope you know that. Your work is very inspiring. It's very motivating, and I'm deeply impressed by you. I swear to God, there's something about Eastern European painters that just work harder than everyone else. Who knows why, man? If I could work for you, then I would get the heck out of the kitchen. Thanks for covering my TED Talk. Yeah, I would love to be able to start a studio someday, bro. That's a dream of mine. That's a dream. Oda! Dude, thanks for the gifted sub to Venus. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Thanks, bro.
Sure Forged gifted a tier 1 sub to Venus with a fly trap.
Wait,
They
what?
have given 31 gift subs in the channel.
Wait, when did it start announcing that? I don't think a TTS. Either way, how was the? I'm not sure if it was an exhibition or just a showing or whatever it was, Venus. But I know you said that you were prepping for some sort of like gallery event. How did that go? Did you sell any work? Did you just show work, or what was the whole thing? Or has that not yet happened? Maybe only had 2 to 3 bosses that were actually great leaders. It's rare though, isn't it, Dagger? I'm de-stressing with chips. I opened my first exhibition on Tuesday. Oh, it was last Tuesday. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah, Venus. I'm impressed. Good job. Nice work. That's a lot of work. It's a lot of pressure. And, damn, bro. You're killing it. Keep working. Key to be a good artist is just to never fucking stop working. And then you'll be fine. So keep going, bro. Tuesdays in this week. Oh, okay, so like yesterday. Oh, fuck yeah. Nice. Well, whatever yesterday was in European times. I don't know, bro. I don't speak European time zone. It's Wednesday afternoon for me right now. This needs to be larger. That's okay. We got there in the end. Yeah, you know, I think that having the armor absorb the magic items is gonna be the best thing to do. I just have to figure out how to word it. How do you handle working through a point where you can see where your art needs improvement, but can't actually or actualize when you draw? I'm still doing practice work as always, but I tried doing some for fun drawings like you mentioned, but it feels bad doing those as I see it looks wrong, but I don't have the technical skills to execute it. That or the skills I've been focusing on feel weirdly better than the rest of the work I'm doing. It's all plateaus. Improving as an artist is all plateaus. So like, what was the first part of the question? How do you handle it? You handle it with faith. You handle it with blind fucking faith. Entities that the work you do will matter, that you are improving, and that even though you haven't hit a plateau or you haven't like jumped up a plateau, that it's okay, right? Like here's the thing. Here's what progression as an artist looks like. So this is when you're like 14 years old and you're like a nobody, you're not a real artist, like who cares, whatever. And this is when you're like, I don't know, like 60 years old and you've like sort of achieved most of what you want in your career, right? The thing is, your art progression will look like this. And so what really feels the best is when you hit this jump, and what feels the worst is this period of time. And this feels the worst because if it's like this is okay because it's little jumps and whatever and you're going for it, but like this is the worst when you've jumped up a little bit and then you kind of stop improving and then you haven't hit your next plateau. What you have to do is you have to understand that it's about an average. So your art career is not going to be this straight line. It's going to be these jumps, and sometimes you're going to be above and sometimes you're going to be lagging behind, and it's frustrating. The problem is can you stomach these flat periods here while you're trying to visualize and figure things out? The problem is your brain doesn't know what it's doing half the time, like the front of your mind, so you feel like you're spinning your wheels, but your subconscious brain is learning shit, you know? And so how do you handle these sort of long straights is a combination of two things. One is faith. And I'm not talking about religious faith. And the other one is discipline. So faith that you will improve, that you are improving, which is you having sort of a belief in yourself without the evidence to show it immediately, and the discipline to keep trying even when it sucks. So it's a combination of those two things that get you through these long, like, blocks. Because the problem is, towards the end of your plateau, or sometimes even at the beginning, sometimes while you're walking through here, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. And then eventually you say, oh shit, right here, and then you recognize that there's an improvement coming. And this is the worst. When you know that there's an improvement coming, but you aren't there yet, and you can't actualize it, you can't force it. And sometimes that improvement's a little jump, and it's satisfying. You're like, okay, I'm improving every week or whatever. And sometimes it's a massive leap. And this is kind of, these are frustrating in different ways. One, it's frustrating when you don't know what you're doing wrong and you just suck. And it's also frustrating when you know what you're doing wrong and you still suck. So that's why I think, yeah, faith and discipline are the two ways you get through it. You handle it by understanding that you will improve, and you're just kind of waiting to improve. You can adjust your practice, you can do little things, but if you're doing everything kind of right and you're doing everything the way you should be, you just got to wait it out, man. Keep working, keep practicing, get your reps in. At that point, you are paying for better paintings later by having shitty paintings now. When I'm 60 and like famous, I'll do Elon Musk and engrave my art into Google or gold disc and send to space. Why do you need to wait until you're 60 to do that shit, man? You're gonna be like, I don't know, you can be like 22 pretty soon or some shit. You can just go do that. Like, it's fine, man. You don't need to be 60 to do it. You just need to have adult money. You know, firing things into space is gonna be real easy, bro. Go be Elon Musk famous when you're 25. Fuck it. What about values where you don't practice for 3 years? They suck, but what you lose, it's kind of like riding a bike. So if you're improving, you're going, let's say you don't practice for a while and you begin to sort of retrace. The thing is that like upswing that happens when you like start again, when you hit that starting point, is actually pretty aggressive. And you catch up real fast. It's not like you have to like go back down to here and start, you know, whatever, going up in your little plateaus. No, it's pretty fast. Most people I know who have put down their art for a long time, like I did, I put down drawing for like probably 7 years, 6-7 years. You know, I think about how much better I'd be if I never stopped drawing, but like you can't beat yourself up about that stuff. You just can't. It's not productive. A big thing, like what I struggle with sometimes as an artist is forgiving myself for not working for all those years. But like that was some real like psychological shit I had to dive into, where I had to like begin to forgive myself and understand how bad those years were. Now, I think that's a slippery slope, right? Because a lot of artists are like, oh, I forgive myself for like having to deal with so much trauma. It's like, bitch, you didn't have trauma. You got bullied in high school, or like whatever small little thing made you stop making your art, you know, grow the fuck up. But sometimes you have to also recognize, yeah, that thing that happened in your life made you stop drawing. You should take it seriously. And only you know whether or not it was like an actual thing or not. And so part of me forgiving myself for not working for so many years was realizing that what I went through was not just the same life bullshit people go through. It was entirely unique and fucking sucked. So I stopped being mad at myself for not working. I started being proud of myself for surviving through that. So, you know, is there a concept of ability / time, right? Being able to see where you need to improve, but not being able to execute on it, then being able to improve until your next plateau point. The area of plateaus where you can observe what you need but not build it. That's what I mean by the like the I'm not sure if you typed that before or after I explained the like question mark versus the oh shit part, but it's just that. Or just entitled those two sensible things like me being a child, looking at stuff like pretty shapes and colors and replicate. Yeah, that's fine. You know, you just grow up one day and you start launching stuff into space. Venus is fine. At 60, there's hope that I have $250,000 to have a rocket build. I don't know, Venus. I think that having those big, long, lofty goals are important, but also just focus on the day to day. Don't let yourself get distracted by large goals when sometimes have them in the back of your mind, but you never know what's going to happen. You never know what the future's going to look like. Like, consider when I was a teenager, when I was like around 14 years old, Venus, it was 2004. So the internet had just kind of gone mainstream and not been dial-up. People were just getting real phones. Facebook was just barely invented. Social media wasn't even really a thing. Streaming certainly didn't exist. YouTube didn't exist. There was no progression for artists other than like go to a studio kind of thing or become a print artist. So the one thing I think is really cool and exciting about being a young artist is that you actually have no idea what your art and career is going to look like. All you can do is focus on the fundamentals at any given point. You never know, because like I wanted to make all these plans when I was a teenager about how to be an artist, right? But everything changed. My idea of where I was going versus where I am, completely fucking different. I thought I was gonna be stuck in studio hell, or have the honor of working in a studio, depending on how you look at it. So, yeah, I don't know. If you can bully your art, find friends to bitch about, then draw them. Yep. Yep. An art cover for loan of 300,000. I can't even get a house for that right now. Yeah, that's true. We're kind of screwed, aren't we? Millennials and Zoomers, bro. We're kind of screwed. Can't beat ourselves for not being a good 20 when we didn't have today's internet. That's true as well. Yeah, I mean, like I was a digital artist playing with like very rudimentary toys when I was young. Could you imagine if I had access to like a Cintiq or an Intuos or modern day Photoshop when I was 14? You know, I want to show you a piece of art, a digital art that I made when I was a teenager. I want to show you. Where is it? Where is it? I want to show you my first piece of digital art that I ever made. If I can. Is it in here? Aha! I made this in MS Paint. And this would have been around... When was that show out? Zero no Tsukima release date. 2006. So, I was 16. Do you know how good 16-year-olds are now? And a lot of it is tool-based. Could you imagine what I would have been doing at 16 if I had Adobe Photoshop right now? Or then? Like, and a tab. Sorry, I also did this with a mouse. This was at 16 years old with a fucking mouse. And I see 16-year-olds today with a tablet and Photoshop, and it almost makes me mad. It almost makes me fucking mad. But yeah, you can't beat yourself up about it, because it's like, well, what were you gonna do? You know, okay, you didn't have the tools, so you just fucking deal with it. You just grow and you just do stuff, you know. First piece of digital art when I was 16 years old, man. 2006. MS Paint. That hurt to look at. That hurt to look at. Yo, it's my warrior. Oh, dude. There's old screenshots in this folder. That's my warrior from World of Warcraft. Classic. We were killing Hakar. I have my might set on and my Quell Sarar. Look, that was Cassima. She was a priest in our guild that slept with a bunch of the officers so she could get benediction in tier 2. Oh, and that was Apollo. He had the Lionheart helm. He was an asshole, but he was funny on TeamSpeak. Oh. Bro, I got some Onyxia in here. Yo, it was our first Onyxia kill. I got the Boots of Avoidance, level 42, Leggings of Might. I don't know what the belt is. That's the Blackrock Depths chest piece, Blackrock Depths gloves. I had the Drill Borer Disc Shield from Molten Chlor and the Skullforge Reaver from Baron Rivendare. So the officer was like, IRL, yep. You heard me. Bro, what else is in this folder? Oh, this is my first meme. So when I was in high school, This Is Sparta memes were hilarious. This is my first meme I ever made. This is my first meme I ever made before memes were a thing. This was in the infancy of memes when they were funny pictures we posted on Facebook. We had this sheet of Leonidas, his faces, and we were supposed to Photoshop in multimedia class. We just started Photoshopping Leonidas on things. So I got this screenshot of the view, and dude, this is my first meme. All right, I shouldn't. This folder's bad for you. This is a folder from high school. All right, this is never making it on stream, bro. And of course, I had screenshots of Tifa because from Advent Children, because who didn't have screenshots of Tifa from Advent Children in your pictures folder from 2006? Yep. Yep. Okay, I'm closing that. All right, I'm closing it. All right, close it. We gotta go home. Get out of here. Get out. I cover myself with the fact that no other person my age has a tablet, paid for it, nor has to build a roof or grow potatoes. There you go, Venus. You're on your way. This Sparta memes are still hilarious. Are they still hilarious? Are they still good? Spill? No, I can't. I'll get canceled. I could describe things that are in this folder. There's like banners. Oh yeah, this was the sheet. This is the sheet of Leonidas faces that we had to Photoshop out or cut out. I have screenshots of MSN conversations that I do not want to bring up just in case there's some heinous things being said. Like, do you guys... God. MSN, man. Yeah, there's no way this stuff can... I can't. It's funny, but I can't. There's no way, dog. I have a diagram for whatever this is. What's this? What the fuck is this? This is a circuit or some shit. This is some science stuff that I saved because I needed it for a test or some shit. I think I actually saved this in my pictures folder in high school to print out and like put on the back of my calculator or something for a test so I could cheat off of it or whatever. So, you know, I have a meme. I think this meme stream's safe, I hope, anyway. Otherwise, this is going to be a short stream. White mage cat needs a potion quick. Yep. Was that Evan with the Green Day haircut? I had longer hair in high school. Not like long hair, but like swoopy. Like this is... Hold on, is this a... Oh, so this was me in high school. Yeah. Oh no. All right. I kind of don't want to. Oh god. All right. This is me in high school. I actually have a selfie in here. This is me in high school. There you go. Not too dissimilar from what my current hair length is. Longer on the sides and stuff. I get cut pretty short. This was me at 16, I think. I had my Billabong hoodie on. I had my I had my dragon posters in my bright blue room. I had all my Warhammer 40k and all my Magic the Gathering boxes up on my computer. I can't see because of the light. What's nothing's back there. But that was high school to me. So yeah, I don't know. That's what the fuck is this? Why do I have this gift? Why did I save this gift for like 18 years? Why has this gift been in my hard drive for like 18 fucking years? What was the point? Why did I save this? What the fuck did I need this for? That I decided to save this GIF on my fucking computer, that it is maintained. How big is this? Hold on. How much hard drive space is this occupied? Properties. This is a 190 kilobyte GIF. I have had this 190 kilobyte GIF on my fucking computer for the last like 16, 18 years. And what the fuck is this? Can't show it on stream. That would have been bad. That would have been really bad. Yeah. I don't know, man. High school's a different time, bro. High school's. I also, you know what's weird about this? I have Photoshop files on here from. So I got Photoshop in access to it in high school, at the computers at school. So I wonder if I can still open these PSDs. I'm gonna try it. This may crash my computer. It didn't. This was, remember back in the day when you had forums and you'd post like an image at the bottom of your forum signature? This was one of our guild. I made the banner for our guild to use. And it's even got layers and shit during Wrath. Oh, fuck, man. This is some high school graphic design. Look at that, dog. Look at that. Damn. Wait, what is this random mush of letters? Okay. Okay. I'm a bad person. Okay. All right. That's okay. So I don't want to show that on stream. Okay. I did make this. I made this. Look. I made this in Photoshop with effects back in high school. We were learning Photoshop effects. Look, it's got an outer glow on it. Look at it, dude. It's some abstract art. Show the group. Okay, no, man. It's me and my friend Yavuz talking about World of Warcraft. Okay, hold on. I don't want to. I need to censor part of this. Okay. I don't know why this is a screenshot. It's a conversation between me and my friend Yavuz about World of Warcraft in MSN Messenger. I say, thanks, Mang. He says, yep, if you want to take a look or do some quick stuff now, go ahead. I'm in IF Auction House if you need to update gear or buy potion X, etc. I said, Raffle, I don't buy potions. I get lovesick boys that think I flirt with them to buy me potions and other consumables. My World of Warcraft guild thought I was a girl for like 5 years. They thought I was a girl for like 5 years, and I didn't correct them because they bought me shit. I did. Listen, man. That's wonderful. It's something. It's something. It's whew. Maybe it was the hair. No, they didn't know me IRL. They didn't know me IRL. I just played a cute night elf warrior, and one of the guys. So one of the guys was like, no. Here's the thing. One of the guys was just like, he was like, hey, you want to come, like we do the quest together or whatever, and he was like, hey, do you want to come like do this other quest with my group? And I was like, oh shit, yeah, let's do that quest together. And so we do that quest, and then we, you know, every couple days he'd message me and be like, hey, we're gonna go do this elite quest, do you want to come? And I'm like, hell yeah. And I did that for months as we were all leveling up. And then when we got to level 60, he messaged me, he's like, hey, I just joined a new guild. And I was like, oh cool, what's that? And he's like a guild, whatever, like, you know what a guild is. I'm like, sure. He's like, we're gonna go raid Molten Core. And I was like, what's a Molten Core? He said, it's a raid. It's like a dungeon, but for 40 people. And I said, dog, I'm so in. Like, you have no idea. He's like, you can get perps. I was like, perps? Dude. And so we go and we raid, and I got some pants the first night, and it was awesome. And then later on, we're all on TeamSpeak hanging out later, and they were like, oh, so-and-so, great job tanking tonight. And I was like, I've never done it before, but that was fun. And they're like, well, what can we call you? And I was like my character name was so whatever. They're like, no, like what, like most girls in the guild don't like when we use their character names. I was like, and they're like, well, you are a girl, right? It'd be weird if you weren't a girl and you're playing a girl character. And I was like 16 or whatever, and I was like, I don't want to lose my raid spot. I don't want to lose my raid spot. So I was like, oh, yeah, no, I'm fine with my character name. They're like, okay, cool. And then for like 2 years, I raided Molten Core and Blackwing Lair with them, and like I got this message one day, because you could have little chat channels, right? You could have chat channels in World of Warcraft. I got this message from one of our druids, and she's like, hey, hun, here's an invite to the girls only chat. And I was like, nope, I don't, I'm good. I don't like having a lot of chat channels up. She's like, oh, okay, well, you know, it's fine. You can come join the chat whenever you want. I'm like, yep, I'm good. I'm all right. I'm chilling. I don't mind. Yep. No. I am good. I'm fine. Don't even worry about it. And so, God. And he started buying me potions and stuff. The other tanks were like, hey, I got you some potions or some sharpening stones or whatever. Here you go. And I'm like, oh, how much gold do I need to give you? And they're like, oh, none, it's fine. And I'm like, oh, really? That's cool of you. And then I find out later, one of the like other tanks is just like, yo, dog, just so you know, that dude has a big thing for you. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, he is deep. He's got a big thing for you. All right, we were talking about it the other night after raid. Yeah, he's trying to go after you, if you know what I mean. I'm like, uh-oh. I mean, free potions are great, but uh-oh, that's not what I want. Nope. So I just moved servers. Fucking servers. Oh god. With my friend Yavuz, who was in that MSN conversation. Yep. That was 2004 World of Warcraft for me. Yep. Got the secret key and bailed? You bet I did. The stories of Ivana, yeah. We were on the verge of greatness, but ended up a good person instead. Yeah, I didn't listen, bro. I didn't, because you know what? The thing is, you know why I didn't join their chat, Sweeney? Was because in 2004, girls terrified me. I was the guy in class when like one of my classmates would come and talk to me. They'd be like, yo, hey, did you bring, like, can I borrow a pencil for the test? I'd be like, oh yeah, sure, here you go, man. But a girl would come up to me and like ask me, she's like, hey, you know, did you bring an extra pen, like any extra pencils anyone for the test? I'd be like, what flavor? I mean, color. I mean, what you want? Which one do you want? She's like, those are all pens, idiot. Did you bring a fucking pencil? I'm like, oh, yeah. Sorry, dude, listen, I was not okay. All right, I actually did ask a girl what flavor pencil she wanted when she asked for a fucking pen. I was terrified of the idea of that chat, dude. I was terrified. I was like, I do not want to be in a secret fucking World of Warcraft chat with the most scary creatures in the guild. It was rough, man. I was hard to deal with. I was stuck. I couldn't do it, man. I was out of my comfort zone. This is how Evangeline started? No, my character name was different. My character name was actually similar to my World of Warcraft character name is now, Thorkin. It was just missing part of it. Like, basically, my character name was blank, and I put, like, the first part of it in front of that, you know? So this was my old character name, and then when I switched to a male character, because I realized playing a female character is creepy and weird when you have a girlfriend, because I got a girlfriend, that you didn't need to stare at a girl's ass in a video game because you had a literal girlfriend. What are you doing playing female characters in video games, you fucking weirdo? Unless you're playing Final Fantasy 14 and get fucking conned and playing a Lalafell, in which I'm so sorry. No, I switched to a male character because I just wanted to at a certain point in time. And so I switched character names because of that, because the name was like kind of feminine, I guess. I don't know. I was baiting people for free stuff before anyone else. My girlfriend, act like e-girls, free Nitro S. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Imagine, dude. Imagine if Discord existed back then. Holy fuck. Same. I remember refusing a birthday hug from a girl, being too terrified to interact with them. Oh, God. Girls were scary in high school, dude. They were terrifying. This is how, like, so I realized that I hated not being able to talk to the like half my class, because I went to big schools, but I was part of the gifted program. So I was part of like sort of an insulated group of students within the big schools. So like a class of like probably like two classes of maybe like 20 each. So 40 kids were in my grade 7, 8, and 9 class. And that same gifted class went mostly to my high school then. So I knew a lot of the same, and was in the main like core classes or STEM classes or whatever with the same group of kids from 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And I hated that I didn't know any of the girls in my class through 7, 8, 9. I couldn't talk to them. They scared the shit out of me. I got bullied by a girl really badly in high school, which made me like really not want, or sorry, in junior high, which made me really not want to talk to girls as well. But then I realized there was like that I want to make friends with like the other half of my fucking class. And so in high school, I went on a training arc, a fucking training arc of forcing myself into situations where I had to interact with girls, to just talk to girls all day, constantly. And then I got into high school that year, and I was so chill and casual about it that I like one of the girls like came in and I was like, oh, hey Sarah, how was your summer? And she was like, oh, it was good. I went to the like, you know, whatever. And I was like, yeah, you always come back with a tan. Like, did you guys go somewhere? She's like, oh, I went with Claire's family to whatever. And we just had this like really casual conversation of like, you're back from summer break or whatever. And I remember she like went to find her friend group or whatever in the back of the class. And I remember my 3 friends were just staring at me like, you just talked to Evan. Who are you? Dude, chill, man. I'm a normal student now. I'm so proud of myself. I was so proud of myself, man. It was scary though. I need to find a green apple flavored pencil now. Stop. I was so embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed. For weeks, I woke up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat. You know. Yeah, as normal as you can get, still playing Yu-Gi-Oh on the floor of the hallway in the school. Reminds me of my current classmate. It was a group assignment, and I had to put my hand on his shoulder for an assignment. And he shrieked and ran to the bathroom. Well, that was me. What if the guild looked at the character if you did anything that made them think you were a girl? Did I? I didn't really talk about much outside of like the game. I didn't think so. I don't know. I don't think I really gave off the impression that whatever, man. It was a dark time. Happy to be moved past it. No longer am I stuck maintaining a facade in a video game. I maintain a facade on Twitch. The facade is that I have my shit together and am a real artist. My greatest fear is that the people watching me on Twitch will realize one day that I'm not a real artist. Or maybe they already know. Who knows? I'd bully my high school self. I wouldn't bully my high school self, but I feel very bad for him. I tried so hard, man. I tried so hard to be like normal and not get bullied and shit. But I was also so much of a degenerate fucking nerd. But I had my nerds around me, you know? It's fine. So the guy's afraid, but I get laughed at in the situation as well. Yeah. Me too? You too? You played a net elf female character notoriously played by gamer girls is an easy mask to wear. Dude. You know why I played a female night elf? It's not even what you think. Do you know why I played a female night elf in World of Warcraft Classic when it first came out? Because male night elves were druids in Warcraft 3. Female night elves were the warriors. So they were the priestesses and hunters and warriors. That's entirely why. Because I was trying to play canonically within within Warcraft 3. You know, that all like Malfurion and all the male night elves were asleep in the barrow dens. And the society was matriarchal, so like all the warriors and moon priestesses and like, you know, fucking panther riders and shit were all women. And I was like, well, I'm gonna be a warrior, so I have to be a woman if I'm playing this game. So I had other characters. Everything had to canonically fit in with stuff that I knew about the lore. It wasn't even because I was like a lonely boy. I mean, that helped, but you know, it wasn't even the main reason why. I got accused of that later on, but it wasn't even that because of that, you know. I was like unaware. I'm like the lore is too important. We must protect and preserve the lore. Otherwise, we can't exist in the World of Warcraft if we're not playing lore accurate characters. Maybe I would bully myself. Actually, I don't know. The dance, yeah. I was a weird social outcast for most of school. Learned in recent years through the chance of pretty high of me having autism. So just turned out for that was for a reason. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Dude, high school is tough for nerds, bro. I would grab my younger self by the collar and get her to do more studies or just be goofy earlier and shake off anxiety. Yeah. We worry about a lot of stuff when we're young that isn't really, you know, in hindsight, you look back on it, you're like, oh, that was silly. Why did I worry about that? But like when you're that age or whatever, it's like your entire world, you know? I was so nervous that the girl that I took to prom, who was my friend, we didn't go as like a couple or whatever. We just went as friends. But I was so nervous that I wouldn't be able, that I'd be dumb or like fail at dancing with her or whatever. That I went to the bathroom and was sitting there in the bathroom fucking puking in anxiety before we were supposed to go like dance together because I was so fucking scared. It's like you wish you could tell yourself to just chill out and enjoy something instead of like freaking out. And it's not like she knew how to dance either. So, right, you worry about stuff when you're young like that. Now you're the new lore, or The new lore, what? Yeah, dude. Now I'm actually the lore nerd. I'm actually play a female night elf for the lore. Yeah, that was unironically me. I say being a nerd is normal. True. It's weird, actually, isn't it? You know, being a nerd is like fine. Magic exists outside of druids, but not as a priest or sentinels or warriors. You're right. So I'm saying, as far as the lore went, you know, I was like gonna play a male night elf. It's why I'm still like look, when they allowed, like, you know what, Red Sage, you want to know the nerdiest thing that anyone has ever said about World of Warcraft potentially is I was like making new characters with Ella, and she was helping me make her character because she doesn't like doing character creators. She always just like says do. She like puts me in front of a new character and then like gets me to make her character for her in video games. So I was like, hey, do you want glowing white eyes or do you want glowing gold eyes? And she like clicked her tongue. She's like, what do you think? I was like, gold, because gold are special. She's like, no, only male night elves can be born with gold eyes. Like, you can't give a female night elf gold eyes. What is this? I thought you were better than this, Evan. I thought you knew your Warcraft lore. I'm like, sorry, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. You're right. You're right. Okay, but like, you know, God, man, I was so impressed by her. All I'm saying is Dash Dance is a good business endeavor in Classic. How else will you get golds while AFK? True, actually. Wasn't allowed to play WoW, but my first character was also a Night Elf lore. My friends in the Horde go, yeah, poor Horde friends. Everyone I knew played Alliance as well. I like the Alliance. I like Night Elves. I loved playing the Night Elf like race in Warcraft 3. I was really good with them too, for as good as you can be when you're a dumb teenager. So when World of Warcraft came around and Night Elves are an option, oh, you bet your ass. Like the original World of Warcraft trailer, when you see the Night Elf Druid, which is kind of weird. He was a female Druid, whatever. You see that first Night Elf Druid in the cinematic? Holy shit, man. My world changed. I fell in love, bro.
Odd Entities gifted a tier 1 sub to
I
Miss
did.
Bizarro. They have given
Entities,
41
dude.
gift subs in the channel.
Thank you for the gift to sub to Busy. I appreciate it, Entities. Thanks, dude. Thank you for that. Damn, bro. I appreciate you. Thanks, Entities. Also base, true. Who are we drawing? Puffy Sleeves and Plug Neck, groundbreaking. We are drawing Runa, Guapo, because as my newest D&D player, she needs to have art for her character. As my brand newest of D&D players. By the way, Guapo, are your obligations past? Because I would very much like to have a conversation with you about the painting I want to do with you. I'm ready. I'm ready to start doing the splash art thing. I've trained up hard, and I want to work on the project this next month over on stream. I want to do like a full start to finish painting thing if I can on stream, and like have it like make a video out of it. So if you're no longer stuck entertaining people or saving the world, it's like a Asterian outfit. Stop. I don't want to hear it. During Christmas party, I gathered in a circle with my girlies and we just danced, and I threw my heels in the corner because my feet were like not okay, not to be graphic. Yeah, well, dancing in heels sucks. So I've heard. So I'm told. Yeah, listen, bro. Listen. What are you worried about? All right, we need some. Let me delete my sketch here. Runa isn't even wearing any Astral Knight armor, bro. This is so degenerate. I'm creating this cool like Astral Knight thing, and my player doesn't even like it. She thinks my lore is dumb, and she doesn't want to use it. Fuck. What do I do? The only person that likes my lore is Ella. God damn. All my players hate it, bro. What am I supposed to do? Where are my fill layers at? Oh, that's not gonna work. I need an actual fill layer. There we go. We need to fill some of this in. So we get our dark shade in here. I probably won't color Runa in unless people really want to see a colorized version of it. Because Fishy doesn't even like my art, so what does it matter? It's not like when I did that portrait for Ashy and she like changed her profile picture to it and adored it for like months. Like that's what you want, man, when you make art for somebody. That's the response you need in life. So I don't know if I'll even bother colorizing this for Fishy. I don't think she gives a fuck, so you know. They used to wear heels at least once in their life. Stop. Poor Fishy. It's true though. You heard me. My school not allowed dances. You didn't go dances at your school? Aw, man. You get to go be an awkward nerd? I went to these little dances in my little community center, like when I was a really little kid, like probably in like, I don't know, 9, 10 years old. I never got the courage to ask a girl to one of those dances. Never did. Actually, that's not true. I asked my friend Audrey to go with me once, and she laughed at me and spit on me. So, that's what you do when you're 10 years old, I guess. So the Alethork in my iPad bag. Stop, Thorkin. I have to redo that. I have to redo Alethork. I have to redo Blaze's character. I have to redo so many things, man. It's not. Duties and obligations are innumerable, yet we continue dabbling. I have some due on Friday, but it's a 4-day week for me, so I'll be around. Okay, because I have, yeah, all right. Because last time we spoke, I underestimated the scope in which what we were doing, and now that I have time fully for it, I am completely completed and invested. I finished the other commission, the long-term commission that I've had obligations for Victus Guapo, so now I'm actually ready to start another long-ass painting. I'm ready. It's time. We have our design mostly agreed upon that we got, so. Hold up, spit on you? Oh yeah, that's what you did when you're 10 years old. She got mad at me that I asked her to the dance. Yeah. She was like my childhood friend. She grew up on the same street as me. And then we like went to different junior high schools, and then we met up back up in high school. She thought she was so cool and didn't want to have anything to do with me. She didn't want to have anything to do with me, dog. I was so hurt, man. We had history, all right. Damn, bro. You ever wonder where your like old childhood friends are at in life? Oh, I don't have Facebook anymore. I like lost connection with all my like old like I lost connection with my entire like old like life when I deleted my Facebook, and I was okay with it because I kind of wanted out. I kind of didn't want to deal with any of that shit anymore, regardless. So I don't regret it, but it is like every once in a while kind of this wistful like, oh man, I wonder what this person's doing. Then somebody I know finds me in my stream, and then I'm fucking terrified. I have a panic attack over it. No, it's embarrassing. You know? I went to one dance and didn't dance or do anything. I was sort of dragged there, but it was supposed to be a date. Hey, yeah, it was. Get in there. Yeah, you was. I wish I met Ella earlier so I could have asked her to those kind of dances. But didn't meet her till high school, man. I didn't meet Ella until I was like 15 or whatever. And I basically got married with her when we were 17. When I asked Ella to be my girlfriend, I basically asked her to marry me. And she knew, and she understood that. We skipped the entire dating phase. We went from best friends to betrothed one night over dinner, and that was it. I'm either really good or really bad at dating. I'm either really good because I basically sped run it, or I'm really bad because I don't have any experience. I don't like to give dating advice because I'm like, I don't fucking know, man. Like, you know, when you're like seeing this girl, I'm like, no. You know, like when like a girl you're like DMing with is like ghosting you. I'm like, no, I'm sorry, I don't have any experience with like with actual women dating. I just picked the first girl that. No. I picked the best friend. No reason for dancing. That's okay. There's a triple date. What the fuck? That's weird. Are you married at my age? I've accomplished shit. No, Venus. I was. No. Ella and I were like best friends in high school. So when I asked her when I asked her out, when it was, I was 17. Because don't forget, I graduated high school a year younger than everyone. So I didn't graduate at 18. I turned 18 the year when the first year that I was in like university. So yeah, that was 17 though, right? Because I remember turning 18. Yeah. So how long has it been, man? That was 17. So that would have been 2007. So 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. 21, 22, 23, 24. So I've been dating Ella for 17 years. No. So it turned 20. It was 2008. Right, 8. So 16 years. 16 years, and then I've been this September I'll have been married for 10. Oh my god. I gotta go buy her flowers or something. That's a long time. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. What the fuck? That's a long time, bro. It's a long time. I don't know how I feel about that. A lot of things have happened. Played a lot of D&D. Played a lot of D&D in 16 years, bro. Because how long have I known Ella for? We probably knew each other for 3 years before that. I think I met her in grade 10. So I've known Ella for 19 years. Wow, dude. Wow, man. I want to know the exact day, if I can figure it out. The exact day that I'll have been dating Ella for half of my life. That's what I want to know. I want to figure that out. For the exact day it's gonna be one half of my life. So that I can I don't know, log into World of Warcraft or some shit. I think I'm stuck, guys. I think I'm stuck here. Now we own a dog and shit. Oh god, is this what it's like to grow up? I thought I was 23 and not even dating a girl once. That's okay. That's okay, dude. There ain't no rush. Everybody moves at their own pace. There ain't no rush for it. I had like a moment of realization where I was like, you know what? I should start trying to take care of myself because I don't think that I'm gonna ever get a girlfriend if I continue what I am. So I remembered having that like conversation with myself. I spent all this time in college, in my first year of college, trying to figure out how to be the kind of dude that's put together in a way that I could maybe get a girlfriend before the end of fucking university or whatever. And who knew that the girl that I wanted to date was there all along? Who knew, man? It was that easy. Imagine trying, right? God. It was way out of my league and everyone fucking knew it. And I was like, this girl's too impressive. I need to like lower her social status down to my level by playing D&D with her and getting her to play World of Warcraft. Excellent. Excellent. Yep. Yep. So a goofy artist and strange to a different level. That's what makes you awesome, Venus. You are exactly those things. And that's just fine. You know? You just hadn't met your Ella yet? Yeah. Well, I only actually, Ella was the first girl I dated. I got very close to dating this girl in college who was crazy. And I was like, okay, just go on a date with her. Like she was interested in me, and she was trying to like go after me. And I was like, just go on a date with her. You know, you don't have to marry this girl, whatever. Just you know, go on a date with her, have a girlfriend for a little bit. Just like see what's up. Maybe you like her. Who knows? Just like give her a chance. And one day she sort of leaned in, you know, and I was like, I got this sick feeling in my stomach. And I literally thought to myself, this isn't right. What's wrong with this? Isn't right. I don't like this. And so I told her like, hey, actually, sorry, I don't think I can do this. Like, my bad. And she was just like really mad and sent me a really angry text message. And you know how I knew Ella was the one because the night I asked her out, it felt right. And I was like, oh, it's supposed to feel right. Oh, okay. Got it. Oh, my bad. I thought you had to force yourself to like, you know, be interested in somebody. Like, oh, okay, all right. It's actually not the case. Oh, who knew, man? That's crazy. God damn, bro. Never date, don't have time. The time it would also require the willing to date. Well, there you go. There you go. We're just currently doing that. Been talking to a girl, working on getting her to do some more gaming with me. She's interested and trying D&D as well. So just waiting for opportunity for that to come up. There you go. If you like her, just ask her. What's the worst? She says no and shames you? Good. Build up a resilience. Nah, just go for it. I think people spend a lot of time anxious about what could happen, and sometimes you just need a bit of a shove, you know? Should you say ew? Exactly. There's no rush. Yeah, I get that, but also being the last single out of my friends and my relatives and friends starting to have kids makes me feel otherwise. Well, I mean, sometimes it's a matter of exposure, Sweeney. What I found in my small like little corner of advice is that what I found is that sometimes it's a matter of exposure. Sometimes you just don't have the right places and the right chances to meet somebody. And it's harder now. I imagine dating is really hard now for people because it's like, where do you if you're like a D&D playing nerd like I am, where the fuck do you meet like what do you have to do, online dating and shit, and like Tinder and whatever? Like maybe, I don't know if it works out for people. I think that like the biggest thing is like exposure and going out and like, you know, finding, I don't know, taking classes and doing shit and finding hobbies that you enjoy and like just being exposed to people. But also, you know, a self-reflection of looking at yourself and being like what would I date me? Like, is my health in check? Do I look okay? Is my like the way I communicate myself to the world okay? You know, do I need to get in shape a little bit, lose some weight, go to the gym, do whatever? Like, I don't know. It's like a moment for it's sometimes it's you can like find that can be your motivation for self-improvement in a way that you find is like in the end for you anyway. I don't know, it's a really kind of interesting development thing. Like anytime I've tried to improve myself or make myself better, it's always been because of Ella. Because I'm like, Ella deserves like to have a better husband. Right? Ella deserves to have a stronger, capable husband that, you know, can take care of the family, can do things, is, you know, whatever. And like, you know, she doesn't need any of that stuff. She never like asked me to lose weight or asked me to do whatever or whatever. But you know, I kind of was like, man, would I want to be married to me? Probably not. And those like moments of like reflection were probably some of the strongest moments of reflection I've had. It's like I have like a moral obligation to her to be the best that I can be, to be as healthy as possible, to be as strong and capable as possible, to be as successful as possible, to be, because, you know, and that's always been a thing in my life where I've always really valued like opportunities to grow and be better. But I don't know, man. We all got our own lives to live. She's not a dating app, not functionally at least. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah. I don't. Look. I can't talk because I never have had to date in the modern era, you know. But I don't think I would want to find somebody on Tinder or on an app. I think that like takes away too much of the human connection when you're sort of just quantifying somebody as a characteristic or as a stat or whatever. You're swiping on them based on their character sheet. I don't know. It's weird, but people use it and they find success in it. So who am I to judge, right? Put the dog kibble on the table. Yep. Get it in that bowl. Get it. You know? Like, one thing that really made me pursue like strength training a lot was that I was like, if I had to carry, if there was like a fire and like Ella's asthmatic, could I carry her and a baby and my dog out? And I was like, shit, I'm not allowed to be like weak. I'm not allowed to do that stuff. Like, what am I doing? Like, if you can't like deadlift your body, I mean, what? This is the rhetorical you. This is me talking to myself. I said to myself, if you can't deadlift your body weight, if you can't squat twice your wife's body weight, it's like, what are you doing? Like, what are you? And I just sort of sat there thinking to myself, I was like, I gotta start taking my shit seriously. I gotta go to the gym. I gotta be able to, you know. So that was like a major motivator for me, like wanting to lose weight and be healthy and stuff. Was for Ella's sake. Not that she ever said like, oh, I want you to lose weight or whatever. She loved me no matter what, and she always like accepted me. But I realized that I had to improve for her sake and for mine. I'm glad I did. So. People complain being the last single one without kids. My friends and family circle is amazing. There you go. You live it, man. Are there werewolves in your setting? Lycanthropy? I don't know. I haven't really talked about it. I'm sure it exists somewhere in some small corner, but it's not something that I think is a really interesting story to pursue in a way that I would make a big deal of it, Nick. But if you want to play a werewolf, there'd be room for that in the setting. I'm talking to, I met through Tinder, so it does work on the rare occasion. And I have heard of people like, you know, football center legend Jason Kelsey met his wife on Tinder, right? They talked about that on his podcast. So there you go. He's almost 2 and she's already 31 pounds. I'm getting fit whether I like it or not. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Hell yeah. You know. And of course we all have different values and stuff. I'm not saying that like, oh, if you're not a man that can deadlift twice your wife's weight, like, I don't care, bro. Do whatever you want. It's your own fucking, you choose whatever you want to be in life. But for me, it was a thing where I was like, you know what? I should be strong and healthy and fit and whatever. Not for my sake, but god damn it, for Ella's sake. And that motivated me. It motivated me to lose the 80 pounds I have lost so far and to keep going. You know? I go to the gym with Ella probably 5 days a week, and every morning I'm there with her. I look over at her, you know, crushing it, doing whatever she's doing, and I'm like, yeah, I gotta be strong like that too. So, try picking her up in the literal sense, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously I can carry Ella. She's taller than me, but you know, she's very easy to carry. My 8-month-old is carry so heavy. Gotta lift. Yeah, you do, man. You gotta do them curls. You gotta. Like, what are you gonna do? You gotta carry like an 8-month-old in one hand, like a dog in the other hand, and like a fucking grocery bag and like a 2x4 or something. You gotta be strong. You gotta be capable. Do it for yourself, and you have other motivators. It's good too. Noted, if I ever get a BF, I'll train to squat his body weight. I mean, sure. Go for it. I think being strong and physically fit and healthy and whatnot is a great thing, and it's really improved me. I think, honestly, on a serious note, I think that I've recognized a very strong connection between a strong body and a strong mind. Since I lost a bunch of weight, and then I've been through sort of 3 phases of fitness, where the first phase I lost a lot of weight, The second or the first phase, sorry, I went to the gym and started like trying to get strong and shit. The second phase, I lost a ton of weight. The third phase was like from like last, like I didn't lose much of any weight from like last September till like maybe like February this year, because I was eating a lot more and just trying to get strong in the gym. I wasn't trying to lose weight. I wasn't trying to like bulk, but I was just trying to get strong in the gym, and I did over the winter. And then now I'm back into this sort of warmer months. The snow might melt in the next couple of weeks. Who knows? I'll be able to like keep losing weight, and I'll be back on that track. And they're all very rewarding, and like focusing on my body has taken me out of my mind in a way that like has removed a lot of anxiety and stuff. And I think I'm starting to realize why all the best artists I know are all fucking jacked. Like every artist I know that's like a master of art in our generation is like this like tall, handsome, jacked dude. You know, I look at myself, this like little pudgy fucking guy. I'm like, wait, is there a connection? Not to say that you can't be a great artist and be whatever body shape you want to, like who cares? But no, I recognize for myself there's been my mental health has improved greatly as my physical health has as well. I've noticed a real strong connection between them. So when you're gonna get big, and then you can lift your paintbrushes. Giga Evan, yeah, one day. Have a good lurk, Vetus. Thanks for chilling. Appreciate it. Hopefully snow melts soon. Hopefully, I don't know if it will. I'm kind of bummed. It's already the 27th of March, and we still have a ridiculous amount of snow on the ground. We had some massive snowstorms in Alberta over the last week or so. So I can't with this city. I can't, man. Daylight savings hit. It rolled it back to being, you know, like God, it sucks, man. Damn, seems like I'm doomed. Come on, Thorkin. You know what I mean. Come on, man. You work harder than anyone. It's fine. You'll be fine. You can brute force it. Oh man, I've noticed a meaningful difference in myself when I started focusing on my health. Learned a lot about it. I'm very much not there yet, but I'm trying. It's definitely a weird lifestyle change, like getting up early and going to the gym every day instead of like staying up late and playing fucking video games and shit. I still kind of hate it, actually. That's the trick. You know, everyone says like, oh man, you go to the gym every day, you start to love it. I'm like, dude, I still hate it. What do you mean? I want to stay up till fucking midnight and 1 a.m. playing video games? Like, screw you. What do you mean love it? Nah, I think it's worth it though. Alberta as well, so I know about all those way too well. Yeah, it sucked. There's still a ton of snow on the ground. The mountains are still icy, and yeah, trees are all covered. I don't know, maybe it warms up soon. Who knows? Who knows, bro? Canada got taken over by the US. Would you move? If Canada got taken over by the US, would I move? I absolutely would move. I would move somewhere south, further into the US. I would move somewhere warm. I'd live in San Diego or some shit. No, I don't know. If Canada got taken over by the US, I probably wouldn't move. I'd probably happily stay where I live. But like, you know what I always say? I am always egging the US on to invade us. Like, invade Canada, annex our asses, make us the 50, you know, first through fifth state, or however you want to divide us up. I don't care. You want to make me part of Montana? Fine, whatever. You want to make Alberta its own state? Bro, dog, like, sure, whatever. All I want is access to American shipping, American Amazon Prime, and American Netflix. I will happily wave the stars and stripes, you know, take down that fucking leaf and be an American if it means that I get access to those things. Do you know how expensive it is to order something from the Pokemon Center US? Bro, dog, listen, I got this necklace from a site called Rock Love. They do like video game, like jewelry and stuff for Ella for Christmas. Motherfucking import fees and shipping was $80 US. COD, cash on delivery. Dude comes to my door and says, hey, taxes and fees and import duties and all that other stuff, it's 80 USD on top of the 25 shipping USD I paid. The necklace was like $150 and I paid $125 in just getting it to my fucking door, all right? But you know what you see on that fucking little website mocking you? Free shipping. USA. Are you kidding? I could have saved so much money by just being an American, bro. And then goddamn Pokemon Horizon. Okay, this new fucking Pokemon show. I'm squatting for this one. I'm in, dude. This new Pokemon show. I wanted to watch this shit. It's on Netflix. I think it's called Pokemon Horizons. It launched early in March. Pokemon Horizons on Netflix, March like 4th or whatever. Guess what? Not in Canada. Not in Canada. No, it's on TV in Canada. Who the fuck has TV? All right. There's another reason why it would be better to be American. Are you kidding? Amazon Prime? Y'all ordering like fucking batteries and shit to your house, and like you want some food, you want to eat some pancakes, you just order some pancakes to your door. You want some Omaha steaks, you want some Maui venison, free shipping USD, you just order that shit, it's at your door. Bro, you think I like being in Canada? Are you kidding, man? If I had to pay for health insurance because I was American all of a sudden, I'd save that money and then some by not having to do Amazon shit. Ah, god damn. Disney Plus is better in Canada? Oh, is it? Really? Okay, well, there you go. I was in Calgary last week. You should have, wait. You could have just shipped it to me? Oh, you were in Calgary last week? Oh, man. Damn it. Fuck. All right, my bad. You're right, I should have just asked you. I should have asked Ashton to bring me a bunch of shit from the US when you guys came up. Oh, God. Well, there's that. There's that, man. If it's cheaper, you can always ship it to me and then I can mail it to you. It actually would have if I like literally dude, when I bought her that stupid necklace, I bought her a stupid necklace because it's a space necklace from Rocklove from League of Legends. It looks like some Astral Sage shit. And I gave her this like Astral Sage D&D box thingy with like that leather journal and a whole bunch of other D&D shit for Astral Sage for Christmas. Goddamn, Fishy, I should have just mailed that shit to you and then sent you like $25 for you to mail that shit to me. You know how much I would have saved? Like 100 USD. Okay, it would have. Anyway, thanks for coming to my stream today, guys. I appreciate it. I hope you guys had fun. The game yesterday was awesome. It was actually sick. So if y'all missed that and you want to catch the VOD, it should be on YouTube at some point because I redid my YouTube connection. I also downloaded on my PC twice by accident. So the game was awesome. It was cool. We'll be playing probably next week. I don't know. Maybe next Tuesday. I'm not entirely sure, but probably. So I don't know, man. The Astral Sage National Night classes. We have our beta testing Discord now, so they'll be up in whatever infant form they're up in a short little while. So look forward to that if you're looking forward to that. Otherwise, hey man. Have a great rest of your day. I hope you enjoyed your stay. I will see y'all tomorrow for character define Thursdays, as it were. And anyway, have a great rest of your day. Have a good midweek. Take some time for yourself, man. Y'all deserve it. Anyway, until next time, my friends. Farewell.
So